And I have this for you too.
Oh, how exciting.
Yeah. It's like Christmas.
It is. That's excellent.
Yeah, isn't that exciting? Mhm.
Dominic, you look like you're on your own. I will go over there. Hang on. I was like that always.
Yeah.
Now I miss her.
I got you.
Oh, sorry.
I brought 8 by 5. I'm not reading it. We don't.
They're all out there already.
Maybe not that. We'll meet them down there. Only 35 feet. They got all the other way. That's somewhere. They all have. We have too many years.
I was just, don't ask.
I know, right? That's why you don't fight the fire chief.
52 or 54 is.
No.
They had about 30.
All right, 6 o'clock, we'll call the meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you, and welcome to the August 7th, 2023 Credit River City Council meeting. We'll begin with approving or amending the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda anybody'd like to make? Hearing none, I'd take
Like 7.8, I'd like to add discussion of a workshop on trails.
Okay. All right, anything else? If not, I'd take a motion to approve.
Make that motion.
Thank you, Abe.
Second.
Thank you, Leroy. A motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda with the one noted change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Sheriff's report. Deputy Fearson, welcome and good evening. You're here for 30 minutes ahead of time. Put you, hold it down. There you go.
First off, I want to do myself, met some of you, not everybody, but I'm Deputy Pearson. I'm one of your 2 contract deputies that comes from the sheriff's office. So I started with Credit River in January. Been with the sheriff's office going on 4 years. So grew up locally, so I'm familiar with the area. For our report, there were 133 calls of service in total for July for the Credit River cars alone. Majority of those were alarms, medicals, and suspicious vehicles. We had no major incidences in regards to any of those that took place. So overall, fairly calm July, I would say, even though 133 different calls of service. So my report's pretty simple today. Do you guys have any questions in regards for us? Or anything you're looking more for from the sheriff's office?
I'll just, thank you for your service every day, but especially last week on Night Unite, you were out there. What time did you start? 5 o'clock? You're wrapped up the last one at 9:30?
That was about right.
Yeah.
So
So, did you work that day too?
I did, so it was a
Long day.
day.
Thank you, John. We
Yep.
appreciate that piece of it.
So, the only other thing I want to mention is, so we have this Sunday is the Cleary Lake Safety Day coming up. So if you haven't seen it, if you have kids, grandkids, it's a free event that's being hosted. Three Rivers, the sheriff's office, it's kind of a touch and truck event. We have Fire Lake Fires coming with a truck. The county's coming with a plow truck. Our office will be there with a variety of different equipment. Three Rivers is bringing some equipment. Weather permitting, I believe it's a Lifelink is gonna land a helicopter. So it's from 1 to 4 o'clock at Cleary Lake. It's a free event. Come hang out. We got a food truck coming as well, so trying to make it a little more, entertaining for people. So I just want to make sure to mention that, and that's really all I had.
Yeah, that was a great event last year for the first time. If you weren't there, the Lifelink helicopter was there for a while until it got a call. I think probably like fire left 2 or 3 times during that event for calls. But came back right after the call came back, and there were a lot of kids there. It was a pretty nice event. So feel free to attend.
Can that be posted?
It's been, we've shared it to our social already once, yeah, and I think it's probably on our website as well.
Yeah, and we handed out for 19 night, we had handed out flyers throughout Credit River and Fire Lake and Savage got some as well. To just try to spread the word a little bit more. So
Perfect.
Just looking to see, make sure that we don't have too many people.
What's that?
As far as number of people have had it. Council members.
Mhm. Oh, that way, okay. Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Cool. Well, thanks, Deputy Pearson, we appreciate it.
otherwise-
Any council members have any thoughts or questions for him? No? All right,
all right,
we'll let you back out and have a great evening and be
you
safe.
guys do the same.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move into consent agenda. Those items on the council agenda which are considered routine or non-controversial are included as part of the consent agenda. Unless a council member specifically requests that an item on the consent agenda be removed and considered separately, items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion, a second, and a vote. Any item removed from the consent agenda shall be placed at the end of general business. Tonight on consent agenda, we have the July 5th, 2023 city council meeting minutes, a declaration of the council vacancy, a franchise agreement with Minnesota Energy Resources, support of the Lakeville and Dakota Counties Corridors of Commerce grant application, culvert cleaning, Dominion voting quote for tabulator and accessories, quote from American Made election equipment for voting booths, opportunity to be a Compass software beta tester, and the July 18th and August 7th claim approval and transfer of funds. Is there any item on the consent agenda tonight that any council member would like to pull and consider separately?
Yeah, I've got a few.
I do
Okay.
too.
I'd like to pull 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, please.
And I'd like to pull 3, 5.
Okay. Lou Reed.
No,
Okay. All right, so that leaves us with the July 5th Council meeting minutes, a declaration of the council vacancy, the franchise agreement with Minnesota Energy Resources, support of the Quarters of Commerce grant application, and the July 18th and August 7th claim approval transfer of funds. With that being left, somebody want to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay,
I'll second.
Jay and Abe, motion and a second. Motion and a second to approve consent agenda with the modifications. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Open forum. The public forum is intended to afford the public an opportunity to address the concerns to the council. The public forum will be no longer than 30 minutes in length, and each presenter will have no more than 5 minutes to speak. Topics of discussion are restricted to local governmental topics rather than private or political agendas. The council may discuss, but will not take formal action on any public forum presentations. Is there anybody that'd like to speak for open forum tonight? Go ahead, Peter.
My name is Pete Thieberath. I reside at 7400 165th Street East. What I'd like to talk about when my open forum is the business item 7.1, which is the council vacancies. And after reading everything about the statute and the background for the business agenda item, the council seems to be free to decide a process that they wish to follow. And as far as selecting this vacancy that has been left by the departure of Brent Lawrence. I am suggesting as a proposal, a process that reflects the voice of the voters and the citizens of Credit River. I'm recommending that we use the results of the November 8th, 2022 election as a basis to select a person to fill the council vacancy. Process of using the previous election results has the following rationale. City council candidates last November publicly announced their willingness to serve and allowed voters to make their choice. And last November, there were 2 vacancies on the city council. These vacancies were filled by the 2 candidates receiving the 2 highest vote tallies. As of the results of the election of last November 8th, 2022, I do apologize for messing up any names. Jay Sauterbach had 970 votes at 23.52% of the votes. And Abe Zotto had 860 votes, which was 20.85% of the votes. What I'm proposing is that to fill the current vacancy, just go down the list of the vote tally after Jay and Abe. After Abe, number 3 in vote total was Andrew Stevens. He had a total of 779 votes at 18.88%, followed by Bob Volkman at 719 votes at 17.43%. Paul W. Doles had 426 votes at 10.33%, and Greg Worthen at 346 votes at 8.36%. Basically, the immediate runner-up would be the 3rd person in line. Is if the immediate runner-up person is still interested in the job, then that appointment should be made to that person. If the immediate runner-up is not interested, then keep going down the list by vote tally until someone says yes to the appointment. To me, this is a very logical approach, considering the position is an elected one to begin with, and by using actual election votes adds to its authenticity. I believe this process helps preserve the integrity and the relevancy of the composition of this city council. This process also helps deflect the concern that a precedence can be set where a city council can be populated by non-elected officials. Also, to some degree, this allows the voice of the people to be included in this choice. Your consideration to this proposal would be most appreciated, and I thank you for your attention in looking this over. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. You're up next, Neil.
Okay. Hi, Neil Michaels, 7460 165th Street East. Kind of picking up on what Peter talked about, where we want to would encourage you to use the input from the citizens. The Credit River Rural Alliance would also like to help the council hear the input of residents of Credit River that we've gathered in our citywide survey. Last fall, we sent out 100 letters to people in the northern part of the city at random. We just picked out 100 random places, sent them letters, asking them to provide their input on the future developments of Credit River, what they would like to see. So by word of mouth and our website, that 100 grew to almost 250 responses. So I read through all the responses. I think we provided many of them to the city council back in the fall. I categorized them. We had talked about doing a survey. As I recall, we asked in a public forum like we're doing right now, if the city would consider making a citywide survey yourself. And you had mentioned that it wasn't in the budget. We understand that. So we decided to continue our data gathering, make it more citywide. So we created a short 13-question survey based on the previous input, sent out these postcards. You may have received them. I know some of them were sent out late, but anyway, you may have seen that. Every household, almost every household in the city received them, and now we have about 400 responses to the survey. And the distribution of, and I've analyzed all of the results, and our distribution is really very good. It's evenly split between northern and southern Credit River. It's evenly split between all the different lengths of residences. So like we had 0 to 5, 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20 years, 20 to 30 and over 30. And each one of those categories is about the same amount of people responding. So I think our survey represents a fairly good cross-section of our residents. To present our findings to the City Council, the Credit River Rural Alliance would like to officially request to be placed on the agenda for the next City Council meeting or the September 18th meeting. I know there's one in between, but somebody has to go north and fish for walleye, I guess, but I don't know who that would be. Or we'd be very willing to have an open forum with you guys to sit down so that we could talk about the survey, the results in a more collaborative way, where we can interact with each other as opposed to just you listening to a presentation and that's it. I do have some dates that would work for us. If we could find a time that would work out for all of us, that'd be great. But we think it's important for you to hear the residents on what their visions are for the future of our beautiful city. Thank you very much. Now,
How long do you think that it would take you to do the
so
presentation?
if we did a presentation, 15 to 20. I mean, if you said 15, I'll try to get it into 15, but
Does anybody else want to hear this? Not tonight, but set the thing up.
Yeah, I think to be appropriate, I think scheduling a workshop at some point would be appropriate. That way there could be an interactive discussion rather than, trying to move through and get into, on with the business.
Do we want to do it as a workshop or do we want to do it as part of the meeting?
I think it'd be more appropriate as a workshop.
Okay.
so would a workshop be recorded or
Not usually.
hand out the?
If you want to pass it to Administrator Reynolds.
We'll work with coordinating with everybody to see what we can come up with.
Okay. Very much.
Hey, anybody else from the forum? Yes, sir.
My my name is Anil Segat. I'm a resident of 165th Street East, 7917. Last week, I had contacted Kathy's office to try and figure out if there was a vision statement for the city since it's incorporation. I was unable to connect with Kathy, but one of her staffers did talk to me and said she couldn't recall if there was a formal vision statement. But she directed me to the 2040 Met Council Comprehensive Plan and said there may be something in there. So I went on the net and I looked through the comprehensive plan, and in chapter 2, page 2-3, paragraph 2, there was something about a vision, and I'd like to read that out. It says, consider incorporation 2, and there are about 6 bullet points, so I'm going to run through them pretty quickly. Establish a Credit River specific vision of the community, including the type, intensity, quality, and location of development within its boundaries. Number 2, protect, enhance, and implement Credit River's vision of the community via formally adopted land use controls. Number 3, ensure the economic stability of the community. Number 4, protect environmentally sensitive areas. Number 5, prevent undesirable development patterns. Number 6, maintain or enhance the quality of life in the community. And the last point was provide necessary services, including range of land uses to meet the specific needs of the residents. So if there isn't a formal vision statement, I hope there is one that would let the residents and the citizens of Credit River know where the city is going in terms of future development, its aspirations, what it wants to be. Now, some of these points, if there isn't a formal vision statement, perhaps can be incorporated. You can solicit some help from the residents if that's appropriate. But I do feel that any respectable incorporated entity should have a vision statement to inform its citizens what we are pursuing, where we are heading. And to that end, I'm requesting that a formal vision statement, if there isn't one, and I haven't come across one, I went on the city's website and there wasn't one, can be done before the budget cycle commences. And the reason I mention that is budgets usually are developed and implemented to meet a vision. And I think without that, it's like being a captain of a ship which is sailing the seas and there is no compass as to where it's going. So hopefully we can have this done so that we know where we are going. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Tina Mishka. I live in the Creekwood. But you guys all knew that. All right, I've got 2 points for you guys tonight. And the first one is just suggesting, kind of going on what Anil said, is a resident planning committee. So having the residents get together to maybe help the planning commission or the city planner, especially revise our comp plan for the next cycle, the 2050 cycle. So it is stated currently in the 2040 plan, chapter 2, section I, subsection 3 and 4. And this plan calls for verbatim, encourage opportunities for public participation in the planning and development review process. So I really strongly suggest that you let the residents review next time for the 2050 plan. I'm not sure if that was ever done in the 2040. I wasn't around that time, but that's something that I strongly suggest. And then with that resident planning committee, we can help do the vision statement for you guys, go alongside. I just think that's kind of a win-win for both of us. I know that there are a lot of very smart, resourceful people here in Credit River. I've talked to them. In fact, 11 tried out for the 2 positions that were open to the planning committee. So I think engaging in the citizens' opinion and resources is a good thing. I talked to the city manager of Prior Lake today, and he actually, how they do it, our neighbor, over there is they open to the public once a month. And they record it. And they meet concerning topics that citizens want to hear about. So you guys get an opportunity to educate all of us, and then you can hear from us as far as our resources too. It's a great open dialogue, probably something that we would want to do with our survey. So those are just two things that, you know, we suggest, and hopefully we can do that moving forward. For example, Kathy had put out an agenda report on July 5th. And I looked it over and it's great. Like, for example, August 21st, you guys are getting together to do a work session. And then you're meeting the 6th of September and the 18th. And it's not until December 4th here that we have availability to make public comment about the budget. And you actually, it looks like you're adopting the final budget that day. Now, to me, not being in government my whole life, I'm like, what? I don't get to say anything till December 4th. But obviously, open forum, we can make suggestions as we see the budget changing. So that's just an item that would be good for, you know, what at least Prior Lake calls a citizen engagement committee, or maybe a work session. So those are the two suggestions I have. Any questions? No?
I don't think so. Thank
All
you,
right.
Tina.
Ah,
Anybody else for open forum tonight? All right. Oh, Tim, you almost didn't make it. I was about to close it. You didn't stand up quite fast.
17215 Johanna Drive, Credit River. Building on this election, I think we should do a full election. There's other people that may want to get in the ring, or rather than go first, second, third. Because when people voted, they put people where they thought they'd put them. And that's where they ended up, where someone else might have been able to rise farther up than just go with the normal, whoever made that final list when they voted back in November. So I'm thinking we should do a full election on that part. And then this culvert information, how far is the culvert deal gonna go? Is that main drag culverts, or is that neighborhood culverts coming up?
Well, I guess we're gonna discuss that with Pulver.
Okay. And then the next question is, it seems like you guys are pretty good at taking care of staffing, compensation, personal policy, computer use and stuff. We're taking care of that side of the city. What about our side, I guess, is our question. We gotta remember, there's still a give and take on our side. We need to make sure that some of our needs are taken care of also while we're building state insurance, pay, staffing and stuff like that. So I'd like to slow that down a little bit if we could. And the other thing, I'm still not getting any information. I've signed up 3 times for the newsletter, and I'm always kind of far behind on that. And it's still taking a little bit of time to get the notes approved and updated on the website.
Okay.
Otherwise, you guys had a good showing on Tuesday. Good job.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else for open forum? All right, we're going to close open forum and move on to presentation. At this time, I'll ask former council member Brent Lawrence to join me at the podium. Leave your notebook. Don't want to lose your notebook. As we heard tonight, council and residents, as you heard tonight, that the city council declared a council vacancy moved by the retirement of Brett Lawrence from our city council. Tonight, I want to extend some appreciation to Brent and the many years of service he did for this community. Brent Lawrence was first elected in 2008.
Yes.
Through a lot of time, a lot of growth, a lot of different opportunities of things happening. Certain developments popping up, some annexation stuff, some, fire was, I think, the very first thing that you worked on, right? The fire agreement was the first thing that worked on, I think, at the time. Prior Lake would just charge an amount and, and then it would, no reasoning for that, any of that, they would just kind of make up that number, it seemed like. So, Brett was a part of the committee that worked with Prior Lake and put together the current fire agreement that we have today, which, basically divides the services amongst Prior Lake, Credit River and Spring Lake Township in a fair way. So tonight, I want to read a proclamation. I know, I'm just so happy that I made you stay.
I think it's great. Let's see what I have to say.
I think I'll take the microphone with me, right? Yeah, well, we do have a time limit on that, Brent. All right. Here's a proclamation declaring Monday, August 7th, 2023 as Brent Lawrence Day in Credit River, Minnesota. Whereas Brent Lawrence was first elected to serve on the Credit River Town Board in March of 2008. And whereas Brent Lawrence was subsequently re-elected to terms on the town board in 2011, 2014, and again in 2017. And whereas following the incorporation of Credit River as a municipality in 2021, Brent Lawrence was elected to a 4-year term of office and the inaugural city council of said city. And whereas during his time of service on the town board and city council, Brent Lawrence afforded countless hours of service to Credit River. And whereas Brent Lawrence was especially instrumental in negotiating the current fire department agreement, which has been in effect since 2008, and played a pivotal role in overseeing park maintenance and enhancements within the city, providing guidance for funding of Credit River's community septic treatment systems, assuring conservative spending practices were followed to build a strong and stable financial status for the community, and always demonstrated a genuine willingness to learn and address resident issues. And whereas Brent Lawrence decided to move out of Credit River and resign his position on this council effective August 1st, 2023. And whereas it's appropriate to recognize Brent Lawrence's many contributions to Credit River community during his 15 years as an elected official. Now, therefore, I, Chris Kostick, Mayor of the City of Credit River, Minnesota, do hereby declare Monday, August 7th, 2023 as Brent Lawrence Day in Credit River, Minnesota. And furthermore, I urge all residents of the City of Credit River to join me in expressing my gratitude and wishing the best to Brent Lawrence as he retires from his elected official duties. With that, I do.
I've never really good. Taking a picture. No, I see somebody I know, and Kathy. But let us know when it's done. If I'm not smiling. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Brent.
You can have 2 minutes. All right, thanks. You know me, give a man a microphone.
The old radio DJ.
Absolutely.
Spit a hot stack of wax from the top of the rats.
I don't think I've heard my name as much as when we had the singing jingle in the broadcasting. Well, 15 years is a long time to do anything, and I really want to thank you, Chris, for the recognition, and to all of the council. I have just a few folks I'd like to thank. First off, for you old timers, the late Bruce Nielsen and Tom Kraft, 2 supervisors I really enjoyed working with. Bruce was the teacher, showed me how to perform a roll test, how dust coating works. Tom was the schmoozer, and if you knew Tom, very much a schmoozer. We solved a lot of issues together on Tuesday morning meetings with residents in the field, and they both left us way too soon. Dominique Hill, our township treasurer, now finance director. Yes, she is that good. We're fortunate to have her in Credit River. She's a pleasure to work with. Karen Donovan, who is on, I'm assuming she's on remote tonight, our clerk. Karen is a lovely person. She is devoted to her family, and I'll very much miss working with her. Mark McNeil, interim city administrator. We went from no administrator to having the most experienced city administrator in Minnesota in one day. Now, Mark and the Lawrence family go way back to the late 1970s in Sioux City, Iowa. If you want to know the story on that, check with my wife and all of the parking tickets that she used to get. Mark was in charge of traffic and parking in Sioux City, his first job. And Mark shared his expertise with us, worked to get us in the position to hire our next person, Kathy Reynolds, City Administrator. Kathy, thank you for applying for the position and thank you for accepting the job. We're fortunate to have you with us. Mayor Kostick, Chris, thanks for your friendship and leadership over the years. You devote a lot of hours to the position and it really shows. And then there's Leroy. Leroy is a good friend and a good colleague. He tells it like it is, always fun to work with, and he gets things done. His expectation is that everyone should work as hard as he does. We've had a lot of excitement over the years, Leroy. Many times it included a chainsaw or severe weather or both. I'll never forget the time that the person plowed Murphy Lake Road closed that very cold winter morning. And I'll miss your phone calls. Let me just say this, just to meet and become friends with Leroy is one of the highlights of my 15 years. I don't want to make you get teary, Leroy, but it's true. Next to last, citizens of Credit River for granting me their trust. I never took it for granted. And finally, to Deb and Meredith for allowing me to take time away from them to serve the residents. Thank you very much, everybody.
I don't have to stay till 10 o'clock.
Brent, again, we really appreciate your time and your dedication to the community over the last 15 years and thereon. You're right, the days of out in the middle of the night after the storm or while it's still raining and lightning, cutting trees off of
I remember that night, there's the three of us. So.
it was.
Thanks again, everyone.
Thanks, Brent.
Thank you, Brent.
All right. With that, we'll move on to general business 7.1 of the council vacancy. Kathy, you want to introduce the subject for us, please?
Mayor, I'm wanting to share the screen here. So give me 1 second while we get technology. Hold on, working. All right, as we talk about the council vacancy, as we heard a little bit earlier, and we've had some chance to discuss. Tonight, we have the opportunity to kind of start the discussion and have the discussion on how we want to fill the council vacancy. Minnesota statute gives us some general guidelines. It provides that council shall appoint if less than 2 years are left remaining in the term. If more than 2 years are remaining in the term, then a special election is to be held. This position we have is up for re-election in November of 2024. So we have less than 2 years remaining in the term. That means that we are in the category that council shall appoint if less than 2 years are remaining. Statute also does provide that council may adopt an ordinance for holding a special election outside of the requirements of the statute. At this point in time, Credit River does not have an ordinance on a special election for council vacancies. Statute further goes on is that council appoints, it's by a majority vote. If council's vote ends in a tie, then the mayor appoints the individual to the seat, and the mayor is not bound by the individuals under consideration by the council. Special election, we heard a little bit about that during open comment this evening. So special election, it needs to be held on statutory dates. The next election date is in November of 2023. We cannot meet the statutory deadlines to hold a special election in November. So then we would go to the next step statutory election date, which is in February of 2024. Once again, we do not have an ordinance in place at this point in time. I have talked with our city attorney, who does believe we could, if council wanted to do this, we would have to draft an ordinance, adopt an ordinance to basically hold a special election for this vacancy, and then we could talk about future vacancies for a longer term ordinance. But like I said, next statutory election date that we could meet. If the choice was to do that, would be February of 2024. Council would appoint to fill the vacancy until February of 24. The special election would be held at that point in time. And then the winner of that special election would serve the remainder of the term, which would end in December of 2024. And then the position would be back up for election at the November 2024 general election. And just for council's consideration, as we talk about this, a special election in February would run approximately $12,000. The new legislation that was just passed through the state requires us to hold voting for 18 days prior to the special election date. So we would have to have election judges and election set up going for 18 days prior to the February date, and then for the entire election day on the February date. So we're looking at approximately $12,000 that we would incur in costs to do the February election for this. So tonight, we have this on for discussion on how you wish to fill the vacancy. We can kind of discuss and look at appointing someone at the August 21st, 2023 council meeting. Following the process, however, council wants to come up with the individual they wish to nominate for appointments. We could open up applications for appointment to the council and then appoint from the pool of applications at the September 6th, 2023 meeting. And that is really just to give us time to get the application up, have an open window for the applications, and then get a process back into the council for consideration. Or we could decide to hold a special election, at which point in time we would be preparing an ordinance to hold the special election to fill this vacancy. And then we would bring that back for adoption at a future council meeting when we can meet all the required notices. We have a 10-day notice for an ordinance. So we can do that one. And then we would still, the council would still need to appoint someone to serve until the election in February. And then I put down there other processes council desires to follow. If there's other ways that you wish to consider or discuss, that I'm not saying that this is the only list that you can look at, but I think it's a somewhat comprehensive list. So this is here for your discussion. Happy to answer any questions. We do have our city attorney come up and join us today to help kind of guide us through this as well. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. Council. This time, I guess, looking for thoughts or questions, process. I think, personally, I think in special elections kind of out the cost and the time that it would take to get there and end in February, not have somebody on board till March would, we would be most of the remaining time without our 5th council member. And that, my opinion, out of the start to get the discussion rolling, but
My feelings too. I think we should appoint someone. Get the ball rolling instead of dragging this thing out.
My thoughts initially were that it should be an election, that it should be the people's choice. And a couple of things that made me weigh on that a little bit though were what is the cost? And thank you for providing that, because that was going to be one of my questions, was what it would cost us to do that. The other thing was my concern about not having the seat filled until February, because I did understand that we couldn't do it by this November. So that to be clear, we can appoint somebody to fill in on interim until that time. The question with that is, why would we go through that process to appoint somebody to do that, then spend money and then do the rest of it for somebody that's essentially going to be sworn in probably in March, and the filing period for the next election starts 3 months later, and we've wasted $12,000. I would love to hear from the citizens what you know, what their thoughts are. I think we did hear a little bit on that. But since our format doesn't allow for that, I think we just have to continue with this. I tend to lead towards one of two things, and I had suggested to Kathy a day or so afterwards that possibly we look at the results of the last election, and we did hear that same thing. Because the third most votes would have had the third seat if there was a third seat. I don't know if that person's here tonight, and I don't know if that person wants the seat or is interested in it. I know that there's at least one other that's here. That's a thought. I think we should discuss how that might work, because that would actually go by what the citizens voted for. I don't know if you run it all the way out to the last person, because that could just be anybody that filed $2. And then if we didn't have all the votes, but we do have some votes out there that looking back, I think we have one that got 779 votes, which was 18%, one that got 719 votes, which was 17% of the election. Seems like there's possibly a decision that's already been made. So I would hope we discuss that tonight. Other than that, I'll shut up and let you guys go on.
Thanks, Jay. Abe, what's your thoughts?
Got a couple of thoughts. I certainly align with the general election is not a great idea. Even if we put someone in for 5 months before there to fill the 5th seat, that's a 5-month stint. And then you have someone that gets elected for a 10-month stint, and we've spent that time and money. And I don't see that being a very good use of money at all. I do tend to align with the third voter person. But then there's also some strong candidates in the planning commission that do have some experience there as well. Those would be the two areas I would be probably the most willing to align with.
Okay. Leroy, what do you think?
I'd like to select someone from the list of individuals that applied for the position.
Of the candidates.
Of the candidates, yep. That would be my choice.
So you're saying not necessarily the next vote getter, but
I'll be honest, the next vote getter was on the board and missed a lot of meetings. So that's, if we're gonna get somebody, let's get somebody that's gonna contribute. So that's my position.
Okay. I think along the same lines, I don't have a problem with going down the list of voters if we so choose. Or like your suggestion, planning commission members. I think that's also natural progression of somebody who's into the recent pieces and of what's going on, and they would be up to speed relatively quickly that way. So I'm good with either one of the suggestions. To your point, I have heard from Mr. Stevens. He would be willing. He would be interested. We have heard from another person, Mr. Doles, further down the list of results from the last one, would be interested in serving. And we've also heard from the chair of our planning commission, Bill Marker, would be interested in serving. So, we do have, some names that are amongst, either, had run for office in the past on the last ballot and or has been serving Credit River to this time.
What would the application look like for that process?
That's a good question. It could look like whatever we want it to look like. We could, take applications for a period of time. Probably even to the point where you select a committee of 2 council members to review them and make a recommendation or whatever, right? I mean, you could make that process look like whatever you want to, Jay.
Okay. What are we held to? Or is there anything that we need to follow or anything that we need to?
Actually, no, the statute is very vague as to how you fill that appointment. So when city administrator put in other process desire, that the council desires, that is a true statement. You guys can create your own process for how you do it. You have basically all of the options that city administrator Reynolds laid out for you, or you can create your own process. At the end of the day, though, it will take a majority vote of the council. And the only other caveat on that is if it does end up in a tie, a 2-2, then the mayor appoints. That's what the statute says. So you do have, with that in mind, you guys can create how you want to do it there. You can take examples from other communities, or you can create your own process.
Abe, you look like you say something.
Yeah, I mean, I went back and looked at attendance, and Andrew Stevens did miss 5 over the course of 2 years, which equates to about 10%. But yet he still got 3rd in the votes, so either the constituents weren't aware of those or still thought highly enough of them. So I would caution not to hold back that just for the sake of attendance. It should be something we consider, for sure. And I think if we go down that process, we should have a conversation to see is the position still even desired? Is that change? As we would do for anyone, right? Great, so someone has an interest, I think we should have a conversation with those individuals and be able to state, this is the requirements and are you willing to fill it? Since potentially for others, they didn't put their name in the hat and may or may not be aware of what it entails. So I don't know, that's my thoughts.
So thinking about that line, Abe, then, so you're suggesting that think through a process, maybe an idea of somebody that we could talk to tonight and then work through between now and the next meeting to vet that out a little bit and make a final decision later? Or I'm just trying to get your thoughts, right? To understand where you're thinking about a process on that. As far as that statement goes.
I think just cherry picking off of the electoral line wouldn't be the appropriate thing to do. Now, if we want to go down that list and first isn't interested, second is interested, and we get to 3rd or 4th or 5th, so be it. But I would be concerned with going against what the voters actually said. The other option is to come back with a planning commission member, which would be completely different than what the voters said. So I could be persuaded. Just being honest, I can see goods and bads with it. I would probably be leaning more towards just going down the list of what the voters did.
Okay.
I think we should talk to start with the top 3 on the list. Talk to them and see how they feel. Otherwise, we talk to one, then we drag it out for another meeting, and then talk to the next one, another meeting. So let's talk to all 3 of them. See how they feel, and if want to take the next vote getter, then maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe the next one will take it. I don't. But no offense, Bill, but to put a planning commission member on there, then we have to start a search for a planning commission.
No, we, in our ordinance for a planning commission is a council member can serve. As you remember, council member Zonto did for a period of time until we did. So Bill's term is up in December, so it would only be for a part of that time. So that piece wouldn't have to happen until the normal time if it happened anyways, if we're to do something like that.
So anyway, I think we should talk.
So are you thinking
So the 3 next
vote getters?
Yeah.
So when you think that we should talk with them, are you saying interview them with the full council, the council meeting, or do we appoint a committee to interview them and make a recommendation?
Couple council members could
A committee?
see how they feel, and then we'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay,
What if we just brought them in to the next council meeting and kept it public, kept it in front of people? Ask questions, any questions or anything else?
could do that. That was be another option. My only concern might be time then. Right, because then if you're interviewing then, and then you're waiting the next. You know,
Do you wanna-
then do you compile
maybe you
your
have-
thoughts and then you have your selection the next meeting after that, and then appointment after that, so then we're. October before we
I don't
actually
think
get
you want to
somebody.
go that far out. I think we want to try to keep it as quick as we can.
Mhm.
Possibly if you're going to interview ahead of time. And then just have a final, you can cut the time out of that a little bit.
So are we thinking like a full interview, or are we thinking, hey, do you want this? This is a commitment and these are expectations?
In a couple of short questions. I think at that point, ask the first questions. If you get two together. To ask the first questions, but I think the final, just kind of a final interview, or let them get a chance to talk. To the public, to the council, the full council. And then make a decision at that point.
But then we face the possibility, just thinking through that, Jay, is,
Okay,
thinking through that a little bit, then what, as Councilmember Zanto said before, cherry picking off of the list and not going in order. Then you face that possibility unless number one, the next one says no.
okay.
Just asking a simple question, do you want to do it or not?
Do you want to do it, and are you,
Yeah.
combined with
Willing
willing
to
to be
commit to it, not
committed
just-
to it, right?
Okay,
Screw around.
then we don't
like
really
the
need to
other
go
one.
through a process of.
Yeah.
Getting together with them or anything else, just let them come in. If 3 doesn't show up, then we know. Then we talk to 2. Then if 2 doesn't show up or doesn't want to do it, you get 3.
Or do you want to just go through the process? If we're going to commit to that being the process of the next folk getters in row. Do we just go to that person and say, are you willing to do it? And do you want to commit to that to the rest of the term? If he says no, then we go to the next one and ask the same questions. Whoever in order says yes. That's the one we appoint to the
Yeah, I'm
next.
seeing a lot of nodding, so. I would say so.
I could get on board with that.
Sounds like you're on the committee.
You're just asking if they want to serve and the committee the rest of the term, would you like staff to work on getting those answers and letting you know
Sure.
that results? We don't have to worry about doing that.
And what
I
does
think it's
our
pretty simple.
legal say? Is that an acceptable?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll work on reaching out to the candidates from the last election and see what information we get.
Sounds good.
Should work.
All right.
do we need a motion or anything else? A vote?
Not at this point in time.
Okay,
All right, we'll move on to general business number 2, CSTS financial update. Dominique, that's one is you, right?
Yep.
Starting.
MHSP. I actually have, good evening, everyone. I have 2 presentations. One is on MHSP, CSTS, Monterey Heights South Passage. So in terms of financial highlights, I guess the one thing to point out is that the last monthly service rate increase in 2010, early 2010, we had a decrease from $91.67 to $64. And I guess that's kind of pertinent because later on we'll be talking about infrastructure and capital costs. In 2013, the rate was increased to 104. And we had no rate adjustments had been made in the last 10 years. Council, I just want to remind everybody, council guideline is to have approximately 3 months of expenses as cash on hand or operating cash. And we have the amount 18,763, 18,763, and I'll tie that to one of the next sheet. The other thing that council established since 2009 requires a reserve transfer of about 9,041 a year to reserve for repairs and contingencies. And the current estimated reserves are $184,000. The next slide shows us some financials. The first column shows us 2022 actuals. Then the next column is called pre-budget. So that was our pre-budget. And then the next column is showing our June year-to-date spend. And then a remaining. So kind of we're seeing a snapshot of June, how we're doing. And then we have an adjusted budget. And then you can see the changes. We have a column showing changes. So basically, against our preliminary budget, we are tracking. Our revenue is at the halfway point. So we're tracking fine. Expenses are tracking. And then on the bottom, so if you look at the operating number and you see the 18,000, the preliminary budget was within the constraints of the council's requirement that 3 months of operating expense is less than the operating cash. So at the bottom, you can see that the operating cash is 60,003. So that the adjustment, the requirement for the adjustment is we had some salary changes, so we put that in there. And then capital, we have a current project, the sand filter project that has been on the radar since about 2020. We had to go through quite a bit of approvals with the MPCA. And now we have some revisited numbers, and we went out for a bid earlier in June. The council gave us approval to go out for bid. So you can see the change in what we thought the capital project would be, 245,000 at preliminary budget, and the actual what we know now after the bid is 267,502. So on the next slide, we talk a little bit about the project. So the first box on the left depicts our current view of the project as of tonight. The estimated construction costs, the 438,502, is from the bids that we received. And then you can see the other components of the project, engineering, our consultant engineer. We also engaged an electrical engineer, their estimates there, our city engineer. And then we have some testing and contingency. In a perfect world, hopefully we don't need the contingencies. But anyways, if we look at the project funding, we had secured a 2021 bond of 150,000, and we have reserves of 184,000. So the shortfall is 178,000. I guess the other thing with the bond is that MHSP residents are already in a payback period of 5 years, and that information is in the appendix. So like each year for 5 years, their rate has gone up, the 104 temporarily by approximately $50 to pay back that bond. So I guess what we want to advise council is that the bond funds and the current reserves will not cover the project, and we are proposing that the city loan 178,502 to MHSP from the capital fund. The other thing I want to remind people on the next slide is that the MPCA has also required as a part of annual inspections, issuance and reissuance of permits, that we have reserve fund plans in place. And this is more a slide to kind of give you a little sound bite, because these are things that are going to have to be considered in the 2024 budget. So NSU is being asked to establish a capital plan. And so that we can take a look at the reserves schedule in place, that 9,041 that we put in yearly. Just because that really hasn't been revisited till 2009. So it's inconceivable that rates haven't gone up, and we also need to get close to what will it cost, because these systems are 25-year plus. So the recommended action tonight is to confirm the preliminary budget of 96,000 in revenue. And the 248,000, that's when you add the capital plus the operating 325, and also to accept the adjusted expense budget of 616,527. Now that we have those new project dollars, we know what it's going to cost. And then also we're recommending a motion to approve a loan from the city's capital fund. And we do have the funds there to MHSP, an amount not to exceed 178. And then the repayment schedule, the money probably wouldn't transfer until 2024. But a schedule, a repayment schedule would be developed, and also in tandem with the reserve analysis, what that 9,041 should look like. And then in the appendix is the increase to refresh folks' mind, in their mind, what the increase was. To cover the bond payments.
Okay. Thank you, Dominique. Council members, questions or comments? Jay, sounds like you're ready.
Yeah. It's kind of a big whack, unfortunately. The only thing about loaning money out of the thing is that we have the lost opportunity of the interest that we make on that. And as for the other residents and the
We would
unfortunately,
charge them interest.
we would charge them. That's my question.
Absolutely.
That's that question.
So that throws
Absolutely.
again.
Yes.
So it'd be similar to when we do assessment projects.
Right.
We charge interest on those pieces as well,
Okay.
Yes,
whether we
Sure.
bond or not. Yeah.
Usually around 40.
Well, it's
it'll be
usually,
more.
I think
It'll be more.
statutorily. Yeah. Isn't it, Bob, that it's technically, whatever we
2%.
borrow at plus 2%, right?
Under the bonding statute, if you're borrowing money, it's usually 1.5 to 2 percentage points over whatever the interest rate we get on the bond.
Yeah.
So if the bond's at 3%, maybe it's 4.5 or 5.
And actually, we have done current bond rates. So if we were to borrow the money today, what would the bond rate be plus the statutory 2%?
It doesn't limit you to that, but that's typically,
Right.
this like doing a 429 assessment, you determine the interest rate. However, if you are going to bond, they say you need to have that cushion in there. And like, my understanding that is, we're talking to legislators about it, but talking to Ellers about it one time, they said it's because of the concern the legislature had that people wouldn't pay. And we
Yep.
still need to make our debt service, so we needed a little bit of a cushion there.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where they have to bear the full cost of it. They don't have to bear a penny more. And, you know, I think then at least they can take advantage of the fact that Credit River has a good credit rating and we get good bond prices as well. So that's, that answered my question.
Okay,
Good question.
Leroy, Abe? No?
Nope.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, I'd be willing to take a motion here to confirm the preliminary budget and revenue expense.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Leroy.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Jay. So I've got a motion and a second to confirm the preliminary budget of $96,000 in revenue, $348,325 in expense. To accept the adjusted expense budget of $616,527. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Then next question would be a motion to approve the loan from the city's capital fund to Monterey Heights Self Passage in the amount of $178,502.
So moved.
Jay has made the motion.
Second.
Abe has made the second, so I've got a motion and a second to approve a loan from the city's capital fund to the Monterey Heights South Passage in an amount not to exceed. Now you stop sharing. Right when I was gonna read the number. 178,
502.
502.
I was trying to get ready for the next one.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, next
So
one, Dominique.
I have another quicker presentation on the territory and the Stonebridge. So that just a quick financial highlight. So on the territory, the rate was increased in 2022 to $90 a month. And then again, we have the same situation where the expectation council has, or the guideline is that we have 3 months of expenses, and that's $40,094. And then also the same reserve buildup, but for territory, it's $15,774. And again, that has not been adjusted since 2009. The reserves in the territory are $223,900. You can see on the budget, we have the same scenario where we have a preliminary budget. And then we have our June year-to-date spending. We're tracking. The one thing I will note, and I didn't on the other, is that expenses lag because they bill us real time, so it's about a month behind. And then we have the same situation where we have an adjusted budget, and that's to reflect the adjusted salary. So we'll just jump into, I'll do the motion request at the end for both of them. So Stonebridge in 2022, there was a fairly big rate increase to $162. Recall that was $32. And then we have the same guidelines. The 3 months of operating cash is $14,821. And then the reserves are $5,000, much smaller, only 32. CSTS residents for Stonebridge. And the current reserves are $79,000. So we have the same scenario where we have the preliminary budget. We have the June year to date and the remaining, and then the adjusted for the salary. I will point out that we are within on both of these within the 3 month expense and the operating cash on both. There's the footnote demarking that. And the one thing I would say is Stonebridge, we are working on a project and we're waiting on final approval from the MPCA. So next year, or as a part of the 2024 budget, we are gonna have a giant project. And not enough money in the capital. So heads up on that one. Next year is a bonding year, so we have some options for this particular one. But anyways, I just want to put that soundbite out there. Also, we have the same rules with the MPCA and annual permitting. And then Kathy has asked NSU to help us with putting a capital plan together. And you'll hear more about that as a part of 2024 because 25-year-old systems and, old capital numbers from 2009, we need to analyze that. So the recommended action for the territory in Stonebridge, the motion to confirm the preliminary budget of 145,800, revenue 158,661 of expense, and then accept the adjusted expense budget of 160,378. And then for Stonebridge, to confirm the preliminary budget of 62,208 revenue and 101,688 of expense, and to accept the adjusted expense budget of 102,223. And here we only have the salary, but in 2024, we will be talking about the Stonebridge project. That's in motion right now, where we're gathering information and approvals for.
Okay, thank you, Dominique. Kathy, would you back up one slide for a second, please? I just want to make sure everybody understands some of these things that we hear all the time that we use in acronyms and that, and I
Sorry.
saw about 3 or 4 of them on that page that people might not understand what we're talking about. Number one, the big thing is CSTS, Communities Septic Treatment System. We have 4 neighborhoods in Credit River that are currently on municipal sewer run by the city of Credit River, and it's basically a big septic system and built to handle that whole big neighborhood, right? Runs just like if we were on a municipal sewer and water. It's all contained within a subordinate service district. That means the budget for each one holds its own weight and has to fund itself by the rates paid by the benefiting properties in each one. MPCA, probably most people know that that's the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, licenses these and permits them and make sure that we're compliant with the treatment specifications, just as if it was a like a wastewater treatment plant. It has to meet certain specifications. NSU, Natural System Utilities, is our contractor that operates the systems for us. We don't have anybody on staff that's licensed operator, so we contract with NSU to operate these systems, and that is part of the rates pay for that system. We're talking about Stonebridge and an upcoming potential project. For a long time, the MPCA has told us that Stonebridge has not met the nitrate treatment specifications, and in several years ago, told us that they will not renew our permit unless we hire an outside engineering firm that specializes in these to evaluate the system and come up with a plan to meet the nitrate treatment. Which is now why there's a plan and a project upcoming that will hit that, that neighborhood of 32 residents to be taken care of. I think I covered all the little bullet points that we saw in there, so.
I think people appreciate it. I think people appreciate it.
That one is a tough one, dude. You start with just a CSTS of that, it's like, where do we go from there, right? So, no, it's you're all good, Dominique. We all understand what you're saying. I just wanted to make sure everybody out there did how that kind of works financially and everything, which is why when we talk about the subordinate service districts, why we were talking about loaning in the first one, loaning money to that subordinate service districts would be paid back by those residents. So Leroy, you had a comment on that.
The NSU that monitors for the city, probably 15 years ago, the residents came in and they were quite upset that we should go out for bids, find someone to run it cheaper.
Less expensive, yes. Well,
So-
cheaper in this case.
So we did, and we got an outfit out of Oklahoma. We got one out of Duluth. And they were not comparing apples to apples when it came to how to run the system. So we went with NSU because they're local in the metro area. And they've done a fantastic job ever since. And it works well with that company.
Absolutely.
Right.
All right, now you can move back to the other slide, Kathy, please. Thank you. Now we're talking about budgets for territory and Stonebridge. So does anybody have questions on those ones? No? Okay, if not, I would take a motion to confirm the territory preliminary budget of $145,800 in revenue and $158,661 expense adjusted to the expense budget of $160,378.
So moved.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Leroy. Motion and a second to approve the territories budget. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Same motion on Stonebridge, except the numbers are preliminary budget of $62,208 in revenue, $101,668 in expense adjusted to $102,223.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Abe.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Leroy. Motion and a second to approve the motion of that budget. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you for waiting.
We'll get this down.
You're right. Dominique, is there anything else on CSTS finance?
No, 7, I think we're good on 7.2.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll move to 7.3. Now that we all know what a community septic treatment system is, now we can talk about the accepting the bid and awarding a contract for upgrades to South Passage wastewater treatment system project. I believe our engineer Shane Nelson is on with more information on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start out with just a little bit of background. As Finance Director Hill mentioned, we've been working on this project for several years. We entered into a contract with our CSTS consultant in 2021 to prepare plans and specifications. Those plans and specifications have been reviewed by the MPCA and approved by the MPCA. We received the council's authorization to go out for bids and open bids on July 11th. Steinbrecher Companies was the low bidder with an amount of $438,502.12. Both our CSTS consultant, SD Consulting, as well as our CSTS operator, NSU, have worked with Steinbrecher Companies on other projects with good results. So they come recommended from both our consultants. Then as a reminder, this project is mandated to be completed. The sand filter has been failing for at least 5 years now and continuing to get worse. So it is something that we have to do. So with that, I will stand for questions. Otherwise, if there's no questions, it'd be appropriate to consider a motion for approving the resolution 2023-23.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate the update on that. Council members, any questions on the project?
How many bidders were there?
Shane, did you hear that?
Yeah, there was one bidder on this project.
Okay.
Okay.
Abe? Giver.
What, I mean, is there even a second contractor that's even willing to do the work? I mean, where did we go?
Yeah, I think Shane in his memo had I think you wrote about there was a second potential bidder, but decided to step back because he looked at the first bidder and said, they're the ones that do this. We'll never compete with them. So.
And do we feel that's something that's long term? Are we stuck? Sorry, wrong choice. Do we have that same contractor for the other CSTSs? Are there others long term that are even in that space?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, that was one of my first questions as well. The other company that we expected a bid from was a company called Septic Check. And the reason that they felt they could not be competitive in this project is because both the Advantix AX100 pods, there's 3 of them, and the control panel are both Orenco products. And Steinbrecher Companies is one of the only Orenco distributors in the state. So that's why they felt they couldn't be competitive. They essentially had to buy the products from them. And this project is really, that's what it is. It's 3 AX100 units and a control panel. And the Stonebridge project, and talking with our consultant, that has more components to it. And so he feels that we might attract more bidders on that project. But unfortunately on this project, you know, there is a cost in submitting a bid. And, you know, the other potential bidder decide not to submit a bid because of the cost involved.
So Shane, to clarify, so right now, what we're talking about replacing is a sand filter with a product called an AX100 that does the same thing, correct? It basically treats the wastewater to an acceptable level.
Right, that is correct. So instead of using a sand filter, which is kind of open to the environment, the decision was made kind of early on in the design process to go to the AX100 units, which is kind of more of a controlled environment because the process occurs in basically a fiberglass container that's buried below grade.
And that's similar to, I think, Territories operates as the AX100s, doesn't it?
Both Territory and Stonebridge have the AX100. So by doing this project, we'd kind of be bringing up Monterey Heights South Passage to the same level of treatment or same components as the other systems.
So that operation and spares would be a little more standard across all 4 systems then.
That is correct.
One other question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
What's the life expectancy that we can expect out of this? Is it another 25 years?
Yeah, I believe the life expectancy is at least 20 years. You know, there's a couple of components. The fiberglass, enclosure, I believe has a life that's longer than 20 years. And then inside that fiberglass container, there's like almost kind of looks like when you slide a furnace filter into your furnace, there's a bunch of filters, and those units or those can be switched out at a relatively low cost. And those might have to be switched out a little bit sooner than 20 years, but it's kind of as they fail. And those are a much lower cost item.
Mm-hmm. I think we've even cleaned some of those in the past. I remember in past budgeting doing some cleaning and stuff like that. So
yeah, I think sometimes if they're not that fouled, instead of replacing them, they'll like clean them with a pressure washer.
yeah.
Are there any alternate equals to this equipment out there? I understand that this type of thing is kind of rare throughout the country, but you know, when you have a proprietary type thing, it's as we can see, we're held hostage to it.
Shane, I don't know if you heard the question that council member Sutterbach was asking if there's any other options for the type of equipment, and you know, was there any other manufacturers making similar stuff, comparables and pieces like that you know of?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any other comparable products. There may be some, you know, somewhere across the United States, but regionally, I think the Advantix and the Orenco products are kind of what are generally specified and generally what's installed for these type of systems.
I suppose if you did go with something different and then you had a problem and it wasn't a regional or local, finding support could be difficult.
That was when these systems were, Monterey was the first one put in, and that's kind of why we went with the Renko products because they're available
Mhm.
immediately.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schomer, there's a strong preference from our operator
Yeah,
to go with these Advanix AX100s. They feel that they are superior to anything that they operate, and they operate I think close to 100 systems in the state of Minnesota. They operate quite a few, and
something like that.
yeah, this was their recommendation.
Just one last question. Did we
Yes.
learn anything over the last 20 years on how to maintain these and or, keep these running as smooth as possible? Again, this is coming from someone that hasn't been here for more than 4 years, so I don't know what was done. How did we think it worked well? Is there something we should do to maintain it so that we're getting 20-25 years out of this in the future?
I think that's about what it's out there, and that's what they, forecasted when they first presented these projects to us. And there are monitoring wells around the sites and stuff, so.
I think, having a good operator that understands the operation, good maintenance practices,
Exactly.
making sure that we're, the filters are gonna be clean when they're supposed to. We do a regular, if you're not familiar with the systems, they kind of work a lot like what your house look, a modern day septic looks like, where the effluent comes out of your house. There's a solid tank on site at each property that is regularly pumped on a regular cycle. Again, anytime you have a septic, you want to keep the solids out of the final treatment. So separating that out and pumping regularly at the front end is important to that maintenance process. It keeps the back end filter cleaner and lifelong, the life lasts, extended out. So I think that's for, as far as operation goes and maintenance for lifespan.
Then these do rotate over anywhere from 4 to 8 different
Drain fields.
drain fields. They keep rotating to let them each work and function.
Yeah.
So
Have we learned anything since they're put in?
we're not gonna do anymore.
Financially, I think we really should never have a fee that just covers operations. Like if we look back at the decrease, like we could have had reserves to cover these kind of. So I think going forward, that might be a lesson learned.
I think their lesson learned is that the bigger the system, the easier financially it is to operate,
That too.
right? The territory system operates relatively, effectively on lower rates. The smaller ones, the 30 and 25 home ones, as you can see now, we just, the one's gonna be 154
That's a big
dollars a
whack.
month. Because when you come to these capital projects and you have to adjust for that. It hits those ones hard. So lesson learned that there is economies of scale when doing these.
There you go.
So again, if you guys have any more questions, our staff is still on for that. Otherwise, we are looking for a motion to approve resolution 2023-23, accepting a bid and awarding the contract for the upgrades to South Passage wastewater treatment system project.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second it.
motion by Abe, second by Leroy for resolution 2023-23. Accepting a bid and awarding a contract for upgrades to South Passage wastewater treatment project in the amount of $438,502. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Shane, did you have anything else on that project?
Nothing else, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on to general business number 4, Credit River staffing. Kathy.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We have in front of you now a staffing discussion. Starting to look towards this 2024 budget planning and doing that future planning for staffing and looking at what we think we're going to need. And obviously, this is not going to be perfect as we look towards the future, but hopefully we're looking at kind of some forecasting that we're doing right at the moment on the needs for the city moving forward. This is in line kind of with what council has asked me to do, is kind of look at staffing. And with 2024 budget coming up, if we're gonna do anything in 2024, we need to start making some decisions now. So we're gonna start our conversation this evening with what we're looking at. This diagram shows you kind of the rough current structure. We have the city council, who obviously don't have the extra block on top because they just run out of space, but citizens of Credit River are up there above and kind of all around us. Then we have the city administrator, which is our full-time position. Underneath there, kind of show that roughly the departments that we would have. Administration, city administrator technically kind of falls over into administration as well, but that's where our city clerk is at currently, filling a part-time position. We have finance, where we have our finance director as a full-time position. Then we have our public works department, which right now we have a grader who works for us part-time. And then we have our CSTS operations with NSU, as we've just finished talking about, and then various other contractors that are doing the work, as well as some council members still helping out there in that public works department. Engineering, we have our contract city engineer, Shane, who just talking on the last project. And then we have kind of our community development kind of department, which is filled right now by our contract city planner, Cindy Nash. And then we have contract building official inspectors that support us there. And then we do have, in essence, a part-time permit tech. And as you can see, the dotted line that goes across here right now, our part-time city clerk and our part-time permit tech are the same individual. And when we combine those two positions, it's averaging over 30 hours a week. So it is a benefit eligible position at this point in time with the two positions combined. So that's kind of our initial, this is what we have today kind of layout in the city. So kind of moving into this a little bit further, we talk about the administration department. As I said, right now it's the city clerk. It's currently a part-time position. It is an exempt position under the current way it's being operated. And they are paid a salary, which is accounting for about 20 hours per week salary. The proposal, as we look at this moving forward, would be to, this is a part-time, but with the work that it is doing when we put it through the FLSA, Fair Labor Standards Act, kind of testing for an exempt versus non-exempt position, and it does not qualify for an exempt position. So this would be a part-time non-exempt position, looking at approximately 20 hours per week, which is in line with the salaries for right at the moment. Main function of the city clerk, we're looking at the meeting agendas, minutes, notices. They put together and run and operate our elections. Clerks are in charge of kind of records management for the city, ordinance management, processing, which includes all of our posting and publishing, public hearing notices, and then code book and ordinance book. Resolutions management along those same lines, making sure we're getting everything done and we're tracking our resolutions. Data practices, making sure we're following state data practices and doing data practices requests, ties back into that records management piece. Licensing, we look at business, alcohol, tobacco, gambling, golf carts, licensing and permitting that we do along those lines. And then also for us, our city clerk is helping with maintain the website and updating our city website. Finance department, current structures, full-time exempt position, main functions include the budget, the audit, accounting, accounts payable and receivable, utility billing, investments, payroll and our assessments, escrow account management, bonds when we need to do our bonding, and then project financing. When we look at projects like the Stonebridge that's coming up, or the Monterey Heights one that we just passed. Community development, when we look at that, we have our city planner, which is our contract position, really working with our zoning and building permit reviews, works with our developers and development review and the comprehensive plan as we look at that one. Building official and inspector, those are contract positions. They review the building permits applications and they do our building permits or building inspections and the certificates of occupancy. So they do all the plan review, everything associated with the building permits there. Permit technician is a part-time non-exempt position currently, reviews the minor building permits, responds to telephone inquiries on the permits, processes and issues permits, boards the certificate of occupancy once they're signed off by our building official, gets those sent out to the contractors and the owners. Does the community development, the public hearing notices and so forth for the planning commission and mailings associated with all of those items that come through the planning and then on to city council. Public Works Department, as I said, it's currently being completed by council members and contractors, and then we have our part-time grader who utilizes our city-owned grader to complete some of the work that we need here in the city. Kind of proposed structure, looking out kind of as we go towards the future. This is kind of looking into 2024, and then I have some more on beyond this to go. 2024, looking at city clerk maintaining as a part-time position, but not exempt hourly. Finance director maintaining as the full-time position. Public works maintenance, starting to look towards transitioning that in 2024 with some full-time hiring of some full-time personnel. We will discuss public works more at the next meeting with the budget work session. This is just really kind of laying some initial groundwork so that we can take that, put more information together for the work session. So initial kind of thoughts here on public works. The grader position, you can see that's kind of shaded out there a little bit. We need to kind of give the analysis of, is that a full-time position plus we keep the grader, the part-time individual who's running the grader operations, or is that all encompassed into the individual part, maybe skill set and learning as we go. So that's kind of a gray shade. There's more to look at with that when that comes up. CSTS operations continue with NSU underneath there. Goal would really be, as we look at that, is maybe some of the more routine maintenance, public works maintenance guy will be able to take on, so that he's the CSTS and NSU a little bit less for some of those items. City engineer, that remains the same. City and planner remains the same with the contract planner, building official, but then the permit tech, that's a part-time, looking at and proposing that becomes a planner one, so kind of an introductory level planner as a full-time position. We have enough work for that, more than enough, and proposing even starting that potentially in 2023, and we'll talk about that more in the next slide. So planner, what we would propose is replacing and expanding the role of the permit technician into a full-time non-exempt position. As I said, we've already with the using one individual for our city clerk and the permit position, we already have that as a benefit eligible position. So this would just transfer that benefit eligibility from that combined personnel over here to the planner as a full-time position. Main functions, review and issue the minor permits. So everything we kind of talked about with the permit tech would move over here to this planner position. Initial intake and reviewing of the major permits. Right at the moment, that work is being done by our city planner in the contract position. So as we look at that, that's taking some of the work off of our city planner. Complete the mandatory reporting on permits. Once again, the city planner is doing some of that. Domi's doing some of that. And it's kind of being spread around. I'm not sure if Karen has her hands in some of those mandatory reportings or not. But it's spread out and it's consolidating all this in. Community development, we'd have them take on the community development, public hearing notices and the mailings, and basically taking all of that administrative stacking part of all of the development work into this position. They'd also take on the planning commission agenda minutes right now. I would still be working with them on the agenda, but we're working on processing that out, and then Karen does all the minutes as the city clerk, but we would move those over, looking at moving those over to this position. And then the community development website updates, so the project updates on the website and so forth, and keeping projects and community development pieces of the website up to date. Code enforcement, right now, that is kind of falling on me. I know our city attorney has helped with a lot of code enforcement in the past. So initial level code enforcement, moving that to this individual. With obviously higher level code enforcement, when we need to get the attorney involved, getting them involved. But keeping those kind of initial first level conversations and communications at the staff level. Maintaining community development, the department records, and then reviewing and processing minor development plans. Really the goal is with calling this and moving this into a planner capability is some of the minor developments that our city planner is currently doing under contract could be done in-house. So when we're looking at some of the single plats that are coming in and some of the more minor, smaller development work, this individual could take that on and therefore use our city planner for more larger development works and some of the major projects that we're looking at. And just kind of keeping everything moving along those lines. The public works maintenance worker, as I said, this would be proposed looking more at in 2024 with, as I said, more budget information to come. But looking at a full-time non-exempt position, main functions as we look at starting to do this. The list is long. Many of the things they can pick up, some of what's being done by contractors, or much of which is being done by contractors right now. As it takes some equipment and some transition time to do all of this stuff, so it kind of may start as trying to help do some of the coordination with the contractors that right now Leroy is doing for us as a council member. And kind of filling in as our public works individual. So they would be working and learning from Leroy and then helping to.
Thinking you teach somebody?
Possibly.
And then looking to take on some of this stuff. And then, as I said, as it goes, obviously, as we talk snow plowing, we have to grow, we have to get equipment and look at what we're doing. And a lot of that is driven by, as we look at our snow plowing, is knowing that our snowplow contractor is looking to end, and that's something we're gonna need to start looking at. How do we take on and moving it forward as we go. So as we look at the city planner, or the planner one, the introductory level planner that we're talking about, kind of did the budget analysis. This is kind of looking at it in the weekly sense. Our city planner right now, as in conversations with Cindy, she talks, there's 5 to 10 hours per week where she's doing some of these initial building reviews, minor permit reviews, and so forth that could be taken on, that we talk about this individual taking on. When you look at the 5 to 10 hours per week at her contract rate, we're looking at $600 to $1,200 a week that's being spent with her doing work that we really don't need her doing. Engineering, 2 hours per week, and where that is coming up and looking at that is right now our engineering, we have Shane doesn't come down on a regular basis, but we have somebody from his office that comes down here on our Tuesday mornings during open office hours, and we pay 2 hours per week. They're here for 4, but we pay a minimum of that 2 hours per week is what we're paying for them to be here. And then more depending on what comes in the deal. Most of the work that they are working with and questions they're answering are questions that the permit tech or the planner should be answering and can't answer. So we could free up our engineer from basically doing permitting work for us and save some contract money there. Permit tech right now, we're averaging approximately 14 hours per week at that hourly rate that we pay for our part-time permit tech. We're at approximately $500 per week. And there's no dollar figure associated with the cost savings, some from the city attorney where we don't get him involved with some of our initial code enforcement work. And then finance director and myself, there's time savings for some of the code enforcement and permitting and basic work that we're doing. That we can redirect to other work that this individual could take on. So we do the analysis. I have here the current money that we're spending, looking at those items above. I just averaged kind of a midpoint of 7 hours on the city planner. The engineering work and the permit text, that puts us at about 1,580 per week that is being spent. Hourly rate equivalent, we look at 40 hours per week, puts us at $39.50. The proposed rate for the planner is $32 to $40. So looking at it that way, you know, the cost savings that we would anticipate on a weekly basis from these other positions would cover in essence the weekly cost of the planner. Looking at this kind of annual current weekly spend, as they have on here is 1,580 from the other slide. Proposed, if we look at the introductory rate, is 1,280. We annualize that out to 82,000, basically, that we're spending currently. Proposed annual salary would be 66,000 for the planner. We add in benefits. Proposed annual salary plus benefits is at 83. We are already paying benefits for the permit tech. So we do raise that 82 annual to 88. So looking at this and doing the analysis of what we think we can do, we do see all of this being one covered by the permits and the fees that we get in. And also it's kind of within, in essence, the existing budget that we have. It's just realigning where we're spending the money to different ways and in a different way of doing it. Staffing forecast as we look out there. This is kind of trying to forecast where we're going. 2023, you can see, look at adding a planner one. If we'll be asking council through this discussion tonight, if you would approve adding the planner one and changing the part-time permit tech to this planner one, kind of realigning as we've just talked about. Forecasting public works starting in 24. 25 forecasting right now, there'd be another public works employee, probably needing to be the city clerk full-time. About that time period. 26, another public works, and forecasting looking at starting to add in a utility billing accounts payable person. That's some fluctuation in there to see how much time as we look at you know, the time that our finance director is taking on these items, and that's when we're going to start talking about adding in more utility billing accounts with bringing wastewater and everything over into the city. So kind of forecasting along in those lines that we're probably going to need somebody in the finance department to help with those items. The real big difference as we look at with option 2 is bringing in 2 public works in 2024 and then possibly holding off in 25 and then bringing in another public works in 26. Why do you see those numbers is you build a public works department for a city is built on what do you need to plow the city in a snow event. And my understanding is they're running about 4 routes, I believe, right now currently. As we continue to grow and develop additional roads, that may change. But I think right now they're running about 4 routes. So this is kind of being planned out to cover that. So that's the basic logic looking at that at this point in time. The other piece that adds to it, which is not forecasted in here, is really if you have 4 employees and you need 4 routes and somebody's sick or somebody's on vacation, you're down a route. So usually you need at least 1 extra to put in there to account for those types of things.
I imagine long-term snow events as well, because you're gonna have an operator, you can get 10 hours seat time.
Yeah.
Max, yeah.
So you wanna get them some sleep and get them some downtime and keep things going. So that's kind of the initial, like I said, initial forecast. I'm not saying that it's perfect and that it won't change over time, but that's just kind of to start thinking about it and what we're looking at as we go forward. So tonight, what we're looking for is council's approval of the job descriptions for the city clerk, planner one, and the public works maintenance. We currently do not have any job descriptions for the clerk or the permit tech, so we do need to get the job descriptions approved. I did not put in a permit tech. We would have to redraft the planner one. We didn't want to go with that one and create a permit tech job description. So we would ask council to look at the job descriptions, approve the job descriptions that we're looking at. We do have a compensation table that was in the packet, and ask council to approve the 2023 compensation table. And sure, I put that in there. No, I didn't. Approve the compensation table that was presented as part of the packet that has been reviewed and looked at neighboring communities and other communities. It's really hard to call somebody similarly situated to us. We're kind of unique in the way we are established and where we sit at this point in time. So when you look at similarly situated, you're looking at kind of, they have the same services, the same kind of structure, services and different items that they provide to the community. And we're a little unique at this point in time with it being a new city there. So, but we did look at neighboring communities, what we saw some other communities more comparably sized and so forth in looking at doing that. And prepare that compensation table. So we'd ask for approval of that, and then a discussion about moving forward with the full-time planner in 2023. And with the hiring of that would phase out those other items we talked about, kind of the analysis of that position. And then just kind of the footnote on here is the discussions on the public works would continue with the 2024 preliminary budget session. So we'll have more information to bring back, but with getting the job description approved and the compensation table, we can then go back and put numbers together with that to have more information with the on the public works and kind of the cost associated with that and with the capital of the equipment outlay and what that looks like as a complete picture. So public works, like I said, we're really more to come on that one with next meeting's budget work session. And I stand ready to answer any
All right.
questions you may have.
Thank you, Kathy. Council, questions, comments?
You've been busy.
Yes.
This is the big.
I guess I would like to see a little bit more on permit tech, essentially, you know, is it? Perhaps we look at keeping some of it more clerical in a description and having a different individual for that. I don't know if we're ready to move forward with all of it yet. That was my first thought. The second one, I would like when you bring the public works, that perhaps we could try to figure out all of the different things that we're doing by contract right now. And you've got a pretty good list, but there's other things on there too that would that we could possibly add in something. Maybe we look at some of the road maintenance that crack filling, things like that that could be done during summer to keep a crew like that busy. And at the same time, you're going to have to figure out what it costs to rent or buy the equipment and add that into the budget so we can make some sort of a good decision on it. And then, you know, the third part of that is where do we house it? You know, that's all of those things need to go in, and maybe we should take a slow approach on it. I don't know that we've whacked everybody with tax increases and spent a lot of money tonight. I don't know if we shouldn't try to plan it a little better going forward. Maybe not look at kicking it in 2024, but be at least planning for 2025. We do have the snowplow issue, definitely. And it's, you know, that's something that we should really try to figure out. But if we can, you're talking about adding 5 people. to employment when we had none previously. And even possibly a sixth cover for spare. And we're talking about a lot of equipment. So you know, we have to try to figure out if there's a savings based on what we're contracting out now, or how it's going to be managed. And obviously, one of those people is going to be higher compensated because they're going to be leading it. So I think we have to have some more math.
That math on the public works, that's why I said tonight, it's job description and compensation table really on public works. Kind of forecasting you and showing you the forecast, but we will have more math, we will have more information and more numbers as we get to the work session next meeting.
Right.
So that discussion, I mean, we can have some, but we will have more information to look at kind of a plan for rolling it out. What does that look like? What's kind of the costs, you know, that we're forecasting right now with rolling it out as you look at doing additional work by crack filling and those kinds of items. You'll see that done by a lot of public works departments. Once again, that's more equipment. So it's a process of building, and we are preparing that, and I have a lot of that information, but we don't have all of kind of the personnel numbers and everything in place yet. But we will have more for you at the budget work session on that one. So.
How much of that equipment is available through scale and sharing? Is there any? I mean, that was originally put together to
It
be.
doesn't work. I tried to explain.
Exactly, that's what I'm asking.
And both times, it costs us a lot of money, we get screwed over on it.
Okay.
I went and picked up a piece of equipment, went about a quarter mile down the road, the flail motor fell off the back, bearing into a shot, so. $1,700.
That was your fault, right?
It was my fault, yeah, I didn't look at it. Like, what the hell?
You need to do your pre-trip inspection.
Anyhow, so. No, scale is not a.
Resource for that. Plus, they're all gonna be using their equipment as well.
Yeah.
They don't have any more than they need.
Yeah.
Thinking about the planner position. Kind of feels like it's that one is almost a no-brainer, because you're taking away, it's really actually less money that we're spending with the planner today, the contract planner, because of what rate she charges for all that. It is a position that's not financed by the levy, but financed by the work.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So if you can offer better customer service by having that person here full time, rather than hoping that our engineer person from a representative from an engineering firm here on Tuesday can answer during the 4 hours that we're here. The customer service increases and we don't spend any more money.
Right.
We actually spend less at the numbers proposed. Plus, we get more value because we can add into, keeping the community development website updated. We can, have, better public hearing notifications and minutes and everything all put together and take that off of the clerk, which is levy funded, and put that onto a position that's funded by the fees.
So what's the rate of pay if we're looking at $32 to $40 an hour? Is that with burden? Is that with because they're going to be enough hours in this thing that we're going to be adding para, we're going to be adding all of those things too.
So I think that slide that you had, the salary she was proposed was like 56, and then the total with benefit was 83. So still less than the 88 that the current spend would be.
Okay.
And it's
and better.
$9
Correct.
so it's isolated.
And
it's
better
within-
customer service.
within- And it's also, if I might interject, if you look at the 32, you're multiplying it by 4, so you're getting more hours.
Right, because it's not at the, whatever $100 and some an hour, that
120.
120 that's charged by the planner, it's at 32-ish, between that 32 and 40, and then it's dedicated full-time to Credit River work. So then that, becomes one of those things that residents trying to get a permit for something, somebody's available during business hours to answer the question and handle that. Is there a place for that person here?
Rental and house.
That I think, I think in the memo too, Administrator Reynolds described a situation where some of that work might be remote and some of it might be on, in the building during times, but to be determined more on that.
Yeah, I would anticipate this having, time here in the office, and with this position, having more formal open office hours. Right now, formal open office hours are only Tuesday mornings. We're here, people stop in now pretty regularly throughout the entire week. But we would have more dedicated open office hours. That would allow us to serve people better, and having that individual here. I do have some space planning in mind. I've kind of been thinking about that. I know it's a question, so I've been working on that one, and we can make it work. And putting it all together. Is it ideal? No. When we hold meetings out here, we have developers come in, or if somebody's in whoever, and we have a meeting. I've had meetings here, we push the tables together, we have a meeting out here in the middle, somebody walks in, they want assistance. Well, now we have to pause the meeting while we're helping the person who's at the door who wants assistance, because it's really hard to carry on a meeting while you have another individual that's not related to it here. So it's not ideal, but can we make it work? Yes, I think we can make it work for the duration. I know we have plans and we're working on other plans, so it's something we can make happen.
We need to run gas and electric out to the new shed.
I was just gonna wonder if you picked up another shed.
It's insulated. We've got solar powered lights in there, so what do you need electricity for?
We did our dream thing.
So with the planner, you're looking at a net positive in cost savings
That's
or not?
That's what we're looking at here with this. Do I say, we have the city planner and I say there's a 5 to 10 hours a week where she's doing work that I would transfer over to this one. Plus, if we take some of the smaller planning, we transfer that over to this individual. That in theory lowers the amount of hours she's working for us, but I can't forecast how many, larger developments come in. And if we get 3 or 4 larger developments that she, new ones that she starts working.
Mhm.
Does she eat up her time helping that? Well, so I can't forecast that, but what I can say is she starts eating up her time helping those. They've also brought in more permit fees and that they're paying for those, and that's all part of the permit fees and the escrow fees that go along with it. So it kind of flushes each other out. But at this point in time, I do see it as looking at those things, I do see a net positive for us with the transition.
Okay. Would you mind, Kathy, going to the suggested motion slide again, please?
Yep.
So again, the ask is for job descriptions tonight, approvals. We talked about the planner a little bit. Jay, you brought that up. Looking through the descriptions for the clerk and the public work maintenance, are we okay with the descriptions? Is there anything in the descriptions that we want to talk about? Maybe look like you have something in mind.
Yeah, if I can scoot back a little bit, I've been trying to put together my thoughts. Last budget came out and I remember the meeting where residents got up and said, my taxes went up 42%. I looked today, my taxes went up 49%. Now we start proposing all these. I get awfully concerned. We're starting to build something that, do we need to be there or not? Have we exhausted other options? Are there other contractors that can do plowing? Are there other contractors that we could look at from negotiating rates? I want to slow us down a little bit. Do I think there's things that we need to do and fill the time and to be able to serve our city? Yes, there's things that we need to do, but I'm just concerned we start talking about this and my heart starts racing because all I see is dollars. And at some point, people aren't gonna like having to keep forking out, a 20, 30, 40% increase. And I don't think that time is very long. And I think we have to be very prudent in our conversations to make sure that we're addressing it correctly. So with that said, my other concern is our clerk. Does she want to go down to 20 hours per week? Are we losing a clerk in the process? Because now instead of working 30 plus, she's now working 20. My other thing is, Public Works Department. There's a lot more than just that. I mean, you got your vehicles, you got your storage, you got your tools. Not to mention a tool for a planner. There's a $1,500 laptop. You got license. I mean, so there's a lot more to put in than just compensation that we need to think through. I know we're not trying to get there tonight, but I just got to say that on record because I'm really concerned that this is ballooning pretty fast, and I'm concerned.
So I understand that, and I think again, that's, tonight, when we are talking about, the budget piece of it, but that's 100% a concern, Abe, and we have to work through those things. Because there's a whole lot to think about in that discussion, right? It's not just the wages, it's not just the contractors, it's, what are the needs right now? Where are the needs? What's not being handled in a timely fashion today?
Yeah, and I agree.
There's a lot that's not being handled in a timely fashion today.
I
So
think
we do have a lot of pieces on that to discuss when we start talking about the budget and what that looks like.
I think it would be good to have that discussion then,
Mm-hmm.
so that we do have an understanding. I remember when we were talking about bringing, the full-time, that was one of the questions is what are we not doing?
Yeah.
And when we had the conversation, it made
Mhm.
sense, right? I just want to make sure that we have those dialogues so that we understand really what we're going into.
Yeah,
Could we have a workshop on this?
that's, we already had that scheduled.
Right, but I mean, on even just the job descriptions. I don't mean, I know that we're having a workshop and getting more at. Are we sure we have this right?
So
With
in
what
the
we have
job
right now.
descriptions that were provided for you for tonight, for in the packet, was there anything in the job, job description is not committing to a position. Right? It's committing to us an opportunity so that we can work on the next step, which is the numbers and budgeting. And actually getting to that part of the process, we kind of ends the cart before the horse, right? Or the horse before the cart. We need to get step by step. Get the information to the staff. To look at the analysis. If we don't have data for the analysis. Whatever we come up with for budget numbers could likely be completely off. So, I mean, if there's something in a job description that was provided to you in the packet tonight that you'd like to discuss, we can. Talk about that piece of it. But I think all that's being asked of tonight is for us to approve those 3 job descriptions so that they can move on to the next step, which would be approve a compensation table. So then they can work on putting the numbers together so that at our workshop in a couple of weeks, we can talk intelligently about what you just said.
Do we know the city clerk? Are we losing a person when we do that?
I don't think so.
Again, I think that's an opportunity to ask some questions and have some other dialogue about it before we, get to that point. But I think the other piece of it is we also have to look at what serves the residents the best. And certainly on that permit piece, you know, I know that there's a hole there right now today. You know, because of not having somebody here to answer those questions.
Well, I agree with Abe on everything he said, but the part I think we're kind of missing here is we need to get some property and yeah, building up, start to look at housing this stuff. Otherwise, you're not gonna like a snowplow sitting in your driveway, are you? What again?
Gets his driveway plowed first. man.
Yeah.
That is gonna be that's right. Yeah. All my neighbors will love it.
That's just my comment.
Yeah,
Yeah, the job description.
They all fit, right? They're all pieces of the puzzle, right?
and it's complex. I totally.
100%, right? Because
Absolutely.
I mean, it, you know, worst case scenario, what year was that when Art Johnson said in October that he's not plowing anymore?
Probably 12 years ago.
I don't think it was even that long ago, but yeah. That would be detrimental, right? Because if there's one thing, if we don't plow the roads in the winter. That'll be a big problem.
We don't plow, we save on salt.
So, job
Yeah.
descriptions,
Yeah,
where are we at on job descriptions?
I'll make a motion to approve the job description.
Okay, Leroy makes a motion. Is somebody ready to second that? Or is there some further questions that somebody has on job descriptions?
I guess I have a question for the job descriptions. I assume this is pretty stock. Job description, is there a lot of variation between job descriptions? Yeah, well, thank you. That's what I was looking for. When I read it, it look, you know, it feels like we're trying to put something out there that we don't really know, which I get it, right? And it's like any job description, it's gonna change.
It's
Yeah,
fine, right?
and it, you know, it might shift on who you find, but I guess. I don't know, when you look around the neighboring communities, is that similar?
Yes, so these job descriptions, I mean, I asked neighboring communities and others for their job descriptions. And, you know, so I basically have taken ones from those. I also go online, look at the League of Associates on their jobs and job postings, and then I go dig up, you know, job postings from other communities and see what's there, look at the price, look at what they're posting the salary ranges for. And so these are all built off of utilizing that, and then also, you know, a filter through our city, you know, it's not just a stock job description, everybody's got little kind of nuances and so forth, so kind of a filter through. What do we see, where do we forecast this, what do we see happening, so city clerk, you know, kind of looking at those major functions, looking at the different job pieces of it. The qualifications, the minimum qualifications, desired qualifications, all of that was bounced off of looking at other communities. In addition, I did send it to our clerk and asked her for her to look at it and review it. So that was where that one is at. Planner one, once again, looking at other communities that have kind of a similar level, those that not everybody has kind of a junior level and then kind of the more senior level planners. So kind of, I looked at all the kind of introductory level planners and where they just had a single level planner, but I also looked at kind of the permit tech more positions, and put all that together and ran that one through and kind of put together our job description for that one. So it's got a little bit of our flair to it, maybe more than you know, your stock, but then I also did send it to our clerk, who's also doing our permit work, and to Cindy to as our city planner to kind of provide input and comments on it as we're looking at this level. So those are there. Public Works maintenance worker, once again, looked at what's out there, looked at neighboring communities, but this one's also a lot more of looking at other communities, smaller communities where you're looking at a one-stop public maintenance shop, so where they've got to do everything. When you get to some other, as you get bigger, you become more specialized in your public maintenance, and they're not a one person does it all kind of area. You'll have wastewater maintenance, you'll have water maintenance, you'll have streets, you'll have parks, and everybody's can be different. So this is drafted more in line with those ones that it's a one person does it all kind of job description. And then, you know, looking at those qualifications as we look at those and what are the, you know, what do we do for that, what are the certifications, what are the driver's license requirements, what are the types of vehicles that we need them to drive. So it's, yes, I mean, we look at lots of different pieces as we analyze that to come up with these job descriptions.
Okay.
And I guess on the public works maintenance side as well, I did meet with a public works director and had him kind of walk through it and look through it and kind of verify that he got it. You know, in addition to looking at the ones, had him look at it and give his input and feedback on what was on it and the requirements there.
Okay, thank you. I keep wanting to dive in. My last question.
Yeah.
I should never say that because it's never my last question. So if you, can you go back to your 5-year plan? I think we're missing a key component, and I know that's not the discussion for tonight, but I think we need to talk about it. I'm concerned city administrators over the top of every single one of those. I think you have to have some leads and or management be able to handle that, because there's no way. So I think we're understated here with our staffing as well. If we're going to try to put 4 public works people on there, I get concerned that there wouldn't be someone leading other than you, which that's a full-time job in and of itself, I would think, for managing 4 public works people.
This is where, like I said, this is it. Do we come up with, as we get out there towards 2027, changing one of these public works individual into more of a superintendent or a foreman? And gradually, you know, developing that out, that could very likely, you're probably going to come up with a lead and pull them out probably as we get further down the road. But for right now, as we start looking at this, I would not forecast, you know, the initial it's not bringing in a more senior level, it's kind of bringing them in and probably trying to grow. Or if we don't have one that we're growing that is working out, then recruiting and hiring a more, you know,
As you go through.
and yeah, as we get down. So eventually I do see it, you know, coming up with some kind of a lead, whether it's public works foreman, public works superintendent. I won't get to putting it in and saying director at this point in time. I think that's somewhere off in the future. If we keep growing and growing and as it goes, but you know, in this kind of a plan, I just see it coming to some kind of a lead down the road.
Okay.
Okay. So we still have the motion on the table Leroy made to approve the job descriptions. I'll ask again, is anybody ready to second that? I'll second it. Thank you, Jay. Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to approve the 3 job descriptions for one for the clerk, one for the planner, and one for the public works maintenance position. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, well, then, motion fails, failure to, have a majority.
Yeah. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I have to have a job description for a city clerk. Currently, we have one working, we have no job descriptions. It's really not fair or good for us to have employees. So if there's changes that you would like to see, like I said, these are job descriptions. They're not committing us to hiring. They're not committing us to an employee. It's job descriptions that get us a base. So I would ask if there's something that you wish to see changed. I'd like some guidance on what it is, so that we can work on getting our city clerk actually on a job description.
Could I suggest that we just discuss the city clerk at this point?
So you're gonna put your head in the sand on a planner position and resident, communication, taking care of the residents on the planner position. And then not even thinking forward on, giving us an option to have even discussion regarding a public works position. Because that just ends that discussion and then we end up in October without a snowplow contract at some point.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's necessarily putting my head in the sand. I think it's looking at different options, right? I think we're just going down a path and is there a need for us right now to do a planner? I personally would like to see. It's a lot of speculation, how much we can save. Maybe right, maybe wrong, I don't know. I think there's hidden costs in there that get it closer to what it really truly is. Based off of other things. I mean, I'm just thinking from my profession, I got a $1,500 laptop. I've got a monthly subscription to applications that we now have to do for 2 people. So I mean, there's extra costs in there that we haven't rolled in there. And I just think we need to step back. And I think the guidance I would be giving is let's get creative and let's look, are there other options? Are there other consultants, contractors out there that are willing to take that on and could be even more reasonable than what we are? Again, we might come back and we say, hey, I've done my due diligence. I found out that there is or there isn't, and we can have a dialogue. I just don't feel like we've got all this possible solutions out there.
But if we don't approve a job description and put some numbers to it where we can start to have comparables, we can't have that discussion because we won't have any understanding of what that looks like. We won't have the comparison. We'll have one-sided data, which, we have today. We have one-sided data today. We know that it costs a lot for our planner to do the administrative tasks that she's doing right now. And that's that position right there is neutral. Even if it costs a couple $1,000s more, we're still neutral in that position on a non-levying position, right? Because it's paid for by the fees that happens in the permit. We know we need to have the clerk position description. And if we're going to compare something and talk about public works, compare prices, we've got to have that data to know what that costs to have a public works person, which it starts with the description.
I do agree you need to have the comparisons, but I think we have a stab at it, but we haven't taken a stab at the other side to be able to say we're just taking current right now and going to strictly, employment. Could we look at current and other contractors? Can we tighten our belt? And again, I'm not saying we can or can't. I don't know. But for me, I don't feel comfortable saying this is this, in my opinion, paves the road for us to continue. And I don't think we're ready to continue. In my opinion.
So as I develop this and put this together, I'm looking at what we're doing, and I could say in conversations with our clerk and then looking at what she's getting, we're saying approximately 90% of the calls coming in are on permit. So 90% of the calls is what this person is handling, is what they're handling. It's approximately 14 hours per week that she's working on permitting work. This is your base level permitting work. And then we have another 5 to 10 hours that our city planner is doing lower level planning. Not even that, it's kind of more permit tech work. I won't say permit tech, but it's what we could have our permit tech doing some of that stuff. But the problem is we don't have any more hours there, right? So I already have them working around 30 plus hours per week. She's averaging 30 to probably 33 hours per week, putting her into that benefits eligibility category. But when she's taking the 15 or 14 or so approximately going to permitting, it's not going to the city clerk's work. So we need to get more of the city's clerk's works stuff moving forward and happening in there. So I'm doing a cost benefit analysis of this, is looking at what do we have currently, how is it working and not working. As far as taking that added duty and adding it on to Karen, and I'm not sure when it started, that got added on to her as our city clerk and started adding it on to say, oh, let's add on permits. But the number of permits are not decreasing unless we continue to look at development, they're not going to decrease. Having somebody that's here, that's available, that can answer the questions and be responsive to our community members is important in community development. If you go to another contractor, unless you have the contract that you say that they're going to put somebody here, you're going to pay for that, and you're still not going to get them doing all of this work. That they're just working with contractors. They're not going to be necessarily doing all of this work. And you get some of more of this administrative stuff. So as we look at all of that, that's kind of where that recommendation comes in. What are we paying our city planner? Have I put out proposals? Have I looked at an RFP to say proposals for all this? No, but have I seen kind of contract work in other regards? And what her salary is pretty standard, industry standard. You're not going to find somebody that's really probably going to come in too much. Maybe you find somebody that has a lower level administrative assistant they bill at a lower level, but you're not going to get, so you're pretty industry standard in regards to that one, I think. I don't think we're too far off, but like I said, I haven't put together a proposal to see what else is out there, to see what that would look like for us. So I can tell you, and then the kind of the last piece on that one is, or maybe, I can see in my 2 months of being here, the request, like even as I look at code enforcement and the complaints and the items that come in that people are requesting and asking for the city to do something on and to handle that, it's taking more and more and more of my time. So you're paying me as a city administrator to do something that we should have somebody at a lower level doing. And so I'm doing code enforcement right now, and I think my time is better spent doing something other than code enforcement, but without any staff to do it. There's nowhere else to turn at this point in time. So I guess, I put that out there. So I'm spending my time doing that. Dami's spending her time doing work that this person and this individual could be doing. So once again, a much higher paid finance director doing this work, because once again, we don't have the complete staff to be able to handle, and we're doing what we need to do to make it happen. So do I see, are there options? Well, we can look, but do I think that as you look at this, whether you go forward with hiring a planner or we go forward and say we want, more contract on planning and requirements with office hours and being here and multiple levels and having to go through that whole process, but you do lose responsiveness unless you want them to give you a full-time 40 hours a week person sitting there.
May I add a little bit, Administrator Reynolds?
Yes, Cindy.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know you were there.
No, that's okay. I've just been listening in the background. for a little bit of history for the council members, and maybe because you're not watching the day-to-day of what we're doing, when we took on building inspection, I don't think it was ever intended that I would, in my role, be doing more than standing up that building inspection process and department initially. But we did determine along the way that there wasn't capacity really for Clerk Donovan to take on some of the aspects that I am still doing. It's pretty standard in most cities to have at a minimum a permit tech position supporting that building inspection department. And I think you will find that that person, that 40 hours a week will take up most of their time, and then the rest can be, filled in with the other duties that Administrator Reynolds has put into the position description. Whether you call it a planner one or a permit tech, my opinion is you really do need to have that position there. And I do think it is revenue neutral. I've worked with Administrator Reynolds on this proposal. And I think I've had past conversations with Mayor Costick as well about the need to move some of this work away from my position for the betterment of the community.
Thank you, Cindy.
So, question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We keep throwing out the permit tech. So why do we need to go to all the way to a planner versus a permit tech? Because I'm assuming a permit tech has a lot lower salary, and then we can really be not just net neutral, but net positive.
Looking at the comparables, a permit tech lowers it some, but it's not a lot lower. Have to look up the numbers. I've increased it to the planner to bring in a little bit more of a skill set so that we could look at them doing some of the base level, kind of lower level development work. So when we're looking at single plats and some of the smaller work, we're handling that in-house at a lower cost to the community than some of the higher level stuff that would be going out to our city planner. If we change that and make it into a permit tech position, then we would take off some of that lower level planning because they would not handle that. They would be just doing more straight initial intake reviews. They could still do the website updates, they could still do the meeting minutes, but you would take off planning level work that we load into this.
So it's a lower salary, but less savings.
Yes.
Because I think, like you said, updating the website, you might have somebody that physically puts content developed by the planner to the website, but planner one, I would expect to develop the content. I wouldn't expect a tech to develop content to put on the website.
Correct, right.
Yeah. And for customer service perspective, that's the one that makes the most sense. And
I agree. Okay, let me put my business hat on again. Is there such a thing as a contract to hire? I mean, can we prove it? Can we have a 6-month contract with someone that I don't know, has that happened in the? So right now, for whatever reason, I just can't get over the fact that we think we can get a lot of things, and I just don't have any framework reference to. I just don't feel. Is there other options that we could run after?
So,
contract hire.
do we know approximately how many permits are we processing? I don't know what's a good measure so far year to date. Maybe do we have that reporting availability?
So I
And-
just did the Dolly reporting, which is, it doesn't really give you a good, just give me 1 second. I wanna say it was like 130 permits from a Dolly standpoint, which, and then 24 of them were new homes. So, but that doesn't necessarily show you the volume.
Right.
Like, that sort of thing, and it was like around 219,000 in terms of fees. But
Can I? While she's looking this up, let me kind of help with a little bit more on that one. Valley Department of Labor and Industry, there does the building permits the state at the state level. So for another acronym to help people understand what we're talking about, we have to do monthly reporting to them on our building permits, and that's how we pay our state surcharge that we are required to pay to the state. And those are building permits only. That's not looking at any of the zoning stuff that is, you know, when you start looking at plats and variances and all that other stuff which falls under zoning, which is not included in the Department of Labor report. That's just building permits and building permits only. So there's kind of, you know, your buckets, and I don't have a number on a larger scale.
So if it helps, I just looked up our permitting for the year. And year to date in 2023, we've issued 127 minor building permits and issued 72 major building permits. So just about 200 permits year to date. That doesn't count all of the ones that are still active permits that are ongoing from past years that still have some work being done on them periodically, especially at closeout time.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea of level of volume. So we'll probably be at about 350 permits by the end of the year.
so the Dolly reporting was 2022, and it would exclude the minors because it's for valuation. So the number in 2022 valuation permits was 121, and those are what we would call major permits.
That require review. It's not just, you don't just apply
Yes.
for a water heater and get a permit and
No,
walk
it's
away. It
not
requires
those.
review and, yeah,
It's new home additions, more significant, so it's 121 total and 30 new, and then the valuation dollars we play in total are 29 million. Like the valuation of that work,
right.
like in the construction.
Yep, yep.
And that would not include the minors, which
Okay.
would be your
Water
new
heaters,
doors, new
plumbing,
windows,
windows,
flat
roofs.
heaters,
Yeah.
new roofs, new siding. There's a significant volume as we were hearing from Cindy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Cindy, can I ask a question? Do you remember, like, did we ever get from Scott County, like, how many people looked after this? Like, when they handed it over to
Well, I think they
us?
always told us we were 50% of Scott County Planning Department's work.
We're more efficient.
And
Oh.
there's I don't know how many people work in Scott County Planning Department, but it's more than one.
Right, Bonnie.
I don't-
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of my question is, should we maybe have two different descriptions? Should we have a lower tier and then a higher one and work into the higher one? I mean, what's our immediate need? Our immediate need is to have somebody that, I mean, it's a pretty good list of what you have an immediate need for, but I'm just wondering if you can hire somebody and have them work into some of the added desirables.
Your skill set and your person who's going to apply to more positions are different. When you start looking at that. You know, can you train the skill set that comes in as a permit tech up into a planner? You can, but you're probably not. You're not going to, you know, get as much. You're probably, I mean, you're not going to use that person as to do your planning items.
That's why I asked, should we have two different descriptions?
Then you're gonna end up hiring somebody that's not gonna fit the second one or not be able to grow there possibly, or your applicants aren't gonna be that person. With the planner, you're gonna probably attract somebody with, you know, who is close to or has obtained a degree in that field. And is looking at that entry level job. And, you know, to start getting their their feet wet with it in anticipation of growing a career, whether it be here or somewhere else, you know, a different position at some point. So that, you know, the job title does matter with the quality of person that you're gonna attract for that position.
I'm looking for the guidance on what. We voted no, so they're, you know, they're not moving forward, so what do I bring back? What do I bring back, because we've got to, you know, as we're looking at it, what do you want to see? It's different. I mean, you want me to bring back permit tech or maybe somewhat of the same, just removing some of the responsibilities, changing some of the qualifications. So it's there.
Can I go back and ask my question again? Contract
Yeah.
hire? Is that an option?
I'm not sure that you really contract to hire. You're gonna find much, I mean, most of them look at it and try not to have you hire their workers, and there's companies out there that will come in and fill positions, kind of the interim, that do the work, but once you get them in and get them schooled up on our zoning, you know, it takes a while for them to get there to start working at into it, so. I don't know that it's an option. I'd rather go into the contract and hire is they're at-will employees. If you hire them and they don't work out, they don't stay.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, standing at an impasse on this one, I guess I would ask that those who have issues with these job descriptions, you know, come up with some suggestions. For Kathy to bring back.
Fair enough.
That really kind of makes the rest of those tonight not applicable, so we can move past that that piece and we'll move on to 7.5 city council compensation.
Well, so swap things out here.
Yep.
All right, next one up is looking at the city council's compensation, and again, with budget season upon us and us having to do budget planning. Now's kind of the time to start having this conversation so we can figure out what we're working into 2024's budget. In addition, there's some other reasons because Minnesota statute we have two different statutes that we really look at when we start talking about council's compensation. For in chapter 412, it says councils to set the initial compensation by ordinance, and it becomes effective 10 days after publication of the ordinance. Minnesota statutes 415 in that chapter provides that the council shall set their salary by ordinance. Council may adjust the salary, but it's not effective until after the next election. But it also provides that council may do a temporary reduction in salary, which takes effect immediately and remains in place for 12 months or until the designated ends by the ordinance. So kind of a framework for, you know, as we start talking about this, that will impact when does it become effective and what do we do is kind of guided by what your decisions are and how it fits with these ordinances. Current compensation for the city council is, it's set at $650 per month. Plus then there's $120 meeting, per diem for attendance at the first council meeting of the month. And $80 per diem for attendance at the second council meeting of the month. And then $80 for attendance at all other meetings during the month. Total compensation for city council, looking on an annual basis, assuming attendance at both two council meetings a month is $10,200. As of right now, we do not have an ordinance in place that sets the salary. The current salary was adopted with resolution 2023-01 in January 2023. In your council, in your packet, I provided you some overviews of some comparable communities. You can see council salary. We have ours there across the top. We're looking at annual salaries down. I know it's hard to read on the chart out there, but as you look through there, you see councils and mayors. There's oftentimes majority of communities have two different salaries in place. One salary for council, one salary for the mayors. Meeting per diems. We had some questions with regards to that. Right now, ours is, as I said, $120 for the first council meeting, $80 for the second council meeting every month, and then $80 for additional meetings. We don't have a whole lot of additional clarifications on it, so I pulled up some sample language from other communities that provide a meeting per diem. Not all communities do, but some, but where they did, I pulled up some sample language. This is one meeting, one community that provides it for very specified task force and works groups, meetings of advisory committees, meetings of bodies to which a council member has been appointed as the city's representative, policy committee meetings, looking at like the leading Minnesota cities or metro cities, and then meetings at which the council member is acting as the representative of the council pursuant to the council's direction. City 2, another example here, meeting attended while the city, where they've been designated as the official representative. This is the language they've used. Or last example is to receive a per diem for meetings of subcommittees of the city council, which the council member is appointed as the liaison representative to. Those are kind of there for thought processes and consideration as you look at what you want to do. So tonight, what we would be looking at is determining what the council would like to set as the monthly yearly salary. However you want to phrase it, we can phrase it in accordance accordingly. If you want to do a per diem, what would the per diem be, and any guidelines that you would like to look at for the per diem. And then based on what's decided, we would prepare an ordinance and bring it back to council for approval and adoption. And as I said, going back to those statutory references, deciding, depending on what you decide, depends on when it really becomes effective. Under 415, we'd be looking at the next election, so it wouldn't become effective until January 2025. But we have some variations in here, and so it's like, what does council want to do? And that's going to kind of help us guide. What are we looking like? When could it become effective? What does the ordinance need to look like that we need to draft to bring it back? And then that will also guide what we do for 2024 budget planning as regards to council salaries. So for that, open. I'm sorry, I have all sorts of fun discussions for you tonight, and they're just all they're all great, but unfortunately with budget planning,
Right.
now's the time to have it, so we can get this started and built out.
Okay,
We need
council?
assumptions,
right, you need assumptions,
yes,
you need data,
variables.
yep. Council, thoughts and comments on council compensation?
Looks like we're pretty highly compensated compared to a lot of other cities in Scott County.
The difference is, and the reason why that always has been, and Leroy Because we don't have the public works, we don't have the other staff.
It was
To-
us.
Right, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. You know, the phone rings, there's a sign down. Leroy Ag, go put a sign up. Nobody else knows. There's trash in the ditch. We go pick it up.
Pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, I guess if we're not gonna move forward with any other staffing, then I would recommend we keep it at the same. My opinion. Abe, if you got,
Yeah,
thoughts
I
there,
do.
then?
I'm on a budget challenge right now, right? So we do sign at the beginning of the year a contractor. I don't know. I don't remember what we signed, but we signed something like we can contract on behalf of the city, right?
Mhm.
So, in my opinion, if we're going out and hanging signs, we should be logging those hours. We should be getting compensated for the time that we're out there, and we should make this very simple. I'm like Dominique's worst nightmare for trying to get a timesheet to her, because it's, to be honest, I didn't even know I was gonna compensate when I ran for it. I think we should slash it. I think we should, I think the mayor, you do a lot of work. I would recommend not touching that one, but can we simplify it, and can we just cut it in half and just call it a day and not have to have all this other stuff? And then if and when we do some contract work, we just bill for it. I think if, you know, as I lead a team in the business world, if I don't know what's actually happening, it's really hard to quantify what we need to do differently. So, you know, if you guys are out, you know, shoveling out on culvert, that's awesome for the city, but it's really hard to plan for what should, you know, we plan for in the future. So I'd be able to kind of just make it straight, simple, kick, you slash it, put it down to 5,000 and 10,000, call it a day, and then start actually, you know, putting a timesheet in for the hours worked on a contract.
Okay, then you two start answering your phone and I'll back up with half of the stuff I do.
Well,
You got it.
you should be billing for it.
I am. I do. So I got better things to do, than run around, pick up a dead dog or pull a deer off the road,
so
give her hell.
So Leroy, let me ask you this. Let's back up and consider Dave's idea, but considering how many times a day do you answer the phone as Credit River involved?
Half a dozen.
And how many times do you bill for those little intervals?
Zero.
Right, because that was the goal of the 650 was to cover, you know, phone calls and, you know, and all that. So that, you know, you didn't need to bill the minute by minute. You know, phone rings, you're on the phone for an hour with a resident or, you know, with staff or something like that. That was to cover that, and it also covered, you know, instead of doing an individual reimbursement per cell phone. It was covering that. That was how the original compensation was set at that time before. And then it was, you know, then we went into the meeting piece, and it was, you know, typically at the time, the first meeting of the month was always a longer one. Because there was always extra pieces that we did at the first one, which is why that was 120. And then the additional 80 was for any of the other qualifying meetings throughout the month. That was the theory behind where it was set.
Yeah.
And I will, just historically, the person who's been here, other than Leroy, the longest. Your meetings were incredibly long when I first started. The meetings, the first meetings of the month went on.
Five,
Where
5, 6,
Where
7 hours.
Where they started splitting them. If they needed it to the second meeting, that was as needed. So that's why the second meeting historically was, I think the compensation scheme was paid lower. Because if they didn't need it, we canceled it. But a lot of times they did need it to just finish up the agenda item. There was so much development and everything going on. When I first started here, during that housing boom in the early 2000s, where we were doing figuring out the CSPS and all of that. So those were the, you know, when Chris mentioned the rationale, yeah, I lived that.
Now, I think the meeting time is balanced out. I would definitely be good with, you know. Having the same compensation for the meeting time. Cause I don't think one becomes longer than the other anymore. Typically, this month it probably will.
You're not done, right?
No,
We're not doing a big stuff budget work session next time, so it's.
Right.
So we've now hired an administrator to take a lot of those phone calls. Should we have a dividend back to the taxpayer?
We can. Right now, the phone call then still comes out because then it ends up, you know, I need somebody to do this. Who does this? Okay. You know,
But I think there's a difference between a phone call and an action. Right?
yeah,
Phone call is part of the job, in my opinion, right?
Mhm.
We're here to plan, we're here to give direction, guidance, set ordinances, take, resident feedback. But as far as then action is concerned, I think that we should be submitting hours for that contract work. I agree with you. I don't take those calls and have to go get the dog off the road or the deer off the road. You should get compensated for that. I don't think someone like me that just comes to a meeting and has dialogues with residents should get compensated this high. That's just where I said, I think that. I'm not opposed to. I know the amount of work that you put in, Roy, and I personally can't do it. And I think you should get compensated for that. But I think bringing other, as we start to grow and have other people that can handle that type of work, it's gonna change, right? So do we get ourselves more in line and start billing hours so that Kathy knows what we're really doing? Because then she can say, well, Abe, stop complaining about your public works because Leroy's putting 30 hours in a week that we need to. I know that number's fictitious, I know that, but she has something that she can come back with and say, here's the data, and then we can have better decision making off it. You can probably sit there and quantify it a lot better than I can, because I don't know. Does that put a little more work on us to fill out a timesheet for contracting work? Yes, it does. Can we be pretty accurate with the amount of actions we take? I can. I'm just speaking for myself because it's pretty straightforward. But I don't know. I guess I'd be looking for your thoughts on how much are you going out there, and is it a 15-minute job? And so you're taking 5 minutes to calculate how much a 15-minute job is, or is it?
That's, I mean. By the time you go out and do it, you can really go back. 20 minutes, a half an hour, so you write it down and this. It
falls by the wayside.
yeah, pretty much. Forget about it. But it's still, it's time consuming, and it kind of like our mileage thing. We're trying to keep track of our mileage. Well, I open the door of my office and the paperwork blows out, there goes my mileage. Written down, you
got the screen stuff fancy.
Yeah, it's been black.
Well, okay, so
Again, just,
do we create a contract for you then and make it so that we have a lesser rate for the council, and we have a contract that we create?
we do have the man and truck, and we have different rates for a man and a man and truck.
I'm saying instead of it's a per hour contract, we could. Here's the set rate per month that you're going to do because you're getting all these extra tasks that. I don't know, Jay, I mean, I'm speaking out of turn. Are you getting those? Where you're having to go and clean up dead animals and get.
No, I've had one call, which was go look at some thistle in a ditch, and I took 2 trips out there. I didn't turn anything in. I didn't do any mileage or anything else like that. I mean, I would take more calls if they came to me. I certainly would do that. But, you know, beyond that, I'm kind of looking at two experts over on the side and I'm looking at their reactions. I kind of like to hear a little input.
I can
On what they're
say for
thinking.
the first part, in order to do any work outside of you being city council members, you need to follow the conflict of interest statute. Which
Right.
historically, I don't, usually go to when you were a town, your reorganization meeting where I had you guys prepped to each time, a resolution recognizing the conflict, waiving that conflict, determining the amount you're gonna get paid for those things, and then educating you that you needed to submit the timesheet with an affidavit for each time you wanted to get paid. I'm assuming that still happened.
Yes,
Okay,
Sign
then
that.
we're good legally.
yeah.
Now the question is a policy call for you guys. Is what you're charging the city for your time, it's supposed to be sort of the cheapest. You're not supposed to be sort of making a profit from some of the statute. You're supposed to be, if you could get it cheaper someplace else, hire that person or that contractor. But in this case, typically most communities, whether you're a city council member or a town board officer, you're doing, it's almost volunteer work. You're going out to get the deer off the road and stuff. But you should keep track of your time, make sure that that's agreed to by you guys about what that compensation should be. And get that as part of your affidavit when you submit it for payment. But again, you guys have to, first, sounds like some of you, Leroy, and I know Chris has done it too, and I know Brent did it, because you guys were talking about Brent and his last meeting. I remember this first, when somebody referred to him and explained to him the policy of a man in a truck. And the fact that he got to go get a damn truck. And because this was expected, that you saw garbage in the side of the road, nobody else was going to get it, that was your job, you couldn't ignore it. And he gainfully and learned to live with it. But I remember the expression on his face when he said that.
Or Al Aspergen, when he got elected and only had his minivan and he wanted to know if we were gonna reimburse for him putting a trailer in, John. Pull the trailer.
This is a tough call for you guys, but you gotta be fair with yourself and your residents.
And I'll just throw out there as you look at it, we just went from being a township to the city. And the work that Leroy, Chris, Brent do is what a township board does. That's typically what you see and what you see a township board doing. When you get on the township board, that's what they're doing. Cities, council members aren't doing that. Okay, plain and simple. In a city, a council member is not doing this work. It's going into your staff and the work that Leroy is out there doing, and a lot of what Chris is doing, and even the thistles that you went with that is all being done by staff. And it's all being done by your public works department. The majority of the work that you guys are doing and have historically been done is being done by your public works department. And without a public works person, I don't care if you come here to me in City Hall. I mean, we have some contractors that I can call on to go do it, but it's not responsive, it's delayed. When can they get out there to it? And I don't have anybody that I can look at and look to get that work done. So my response to the person is, we'll get there when we can, when I can get a contractor that can get out there and do it. Otherwise, it's Leroy who is the responsive and goes out there and gets it done. And yes, he can put in for his hours for that work, but understand, that's the difference. That's the transition that we have made. We have gone from being a township where that is your township board and that's what you do, to being a city, which is usually looking at their staff, and the staff is getting the calls and the staff is going out there and handling it, and the council is not involved in it.
So a suggestion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So as we're talking about public works, then maybe we table this until we talk public works, and then we come back and we take the axe to it then. Or maybe I'll just write a check every month back to Credit River.
So. Hang on, let me think.
Just saying.
So hang on, let's go back and talk about what your first proposal was. You said 5,000 a year for salary. Any per diem for meetings on top of that?
Yeah,
What do you want to do, 80?
I'm fine with that. We have to define what that is, right? Is it work session?
100%. If it
one of
usually
those-
it's always been. What we've defined it in the past is. Council or board meeting. Past was for sure. If there was a work session attached to that, no. That was one. If it was a standalone, then yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Sorry, Jay, you were about to say something.
What are the other meetings? Defined as.
So again, I think the proposal that Kathy had in her presentation was, if you were assigned to, again,
Going to county to something.
so, myself and Brent were representatives to scale. So there's, scale exec and scale general session every month. Kathy and I just met with the fire department last week. We met with the sheriff's department 2 weeks ago. Those are appointments that I'm assigned to.
I agree with those.
Right.
Definitely.
And then, so it's those are the meetings that we're talking about, again, what she states up there, if you have, as a council member, been appointed to. One of those types of responsibilities, and you need to attend a meeting for that, then that would be the per diem for that.
Okay. I kind of go along with say basically what we're talking about is we're just talking about dropping it from 70. What was it? 70
Go from 7,800 to 5,000.
to 5,000.
And then
Pretty much
level
everything
out,
else
we need
stays
per
the
diem.
same.
No, because the only thing we changed is change the first meeting from 120 to 80.
Okay.
So we'd have one flat.
One
80 per
flat
diem.
$80 per meeting.
Mhm.
Okay. I go for that.
Was there anything else out of that, Kathy, then you'd need to build the ordinance?
Yeah,
And I know Abe has one more question.
yeah,
Well, I see you raise his hand.
so I go up there.
Really that, I read his mind, but you raised his hand.
So, no, I think that's good, and then we just do two designated kind of liaison type meetings.
Yes.
Probably. As I'm looking at comparable cities, we'll make our own language, but probably more a little bit along the lines there of city two. So I think that's probably a little bit more along those lines. But I'll work with that and come up with the language that works for us, because it's not cookie cutter, as you can see, everybody's got a little bit different. But based off of kind of that discussion, we'll come up with an ordinance and we can bring that back to you for you to look at and adjust as you want.
Yeah.
At least give you something, gets us something started, because otherwise, I'm just shooting in the dark to see what you guys would want. So, okay, I think we're good there.
Abe, did you have one more question?
One more statement. I would propose that we leave the mayor the way it is, though.
No. I'm do the same as everybody. I always have, I don't.
I don't think that's appropriate. I mean, there's a lot of.
There's a lot of.
I don't know how
I'm fine. This is not revenue generation for me. This is, I do this for the community. And you can, but I'm gonna recommend that we leave it the same as the rest of the council.
That was easy.
I think that gives me the direction I need for that one, and then we can work with those numbers as we build out budget, so forth, where we go from there.
Okay. Personnel policy.
I read it. I make a motion, we accept it.
See, I know the way things go towards the end of the month, things just start, yeah, it looks good.
No, actually that.
Jay, I have 5 pages we have.
Yeah.
Word for word, top to bottom, bottom to top, and upside down. Kathy, introduce that for us, please, and then we'll take Jay's motion. I want at least people to understand this.
Here's the personnel policy. I've got the draft. The major changes as we look at that is, and I'm just gonna jump to it here, is the statutory, well, I don't know which ones we start with. I'll start with PTO. One of the things, we had some inconsistencies where we have some language here where we say part-time are not eligible for paid time off. And then we turn around in this next paragraph here, we say regular part-time will accrue PTO on a prorated basis. So we do need to clarify that, which way we want to go. So that's number one. The other, sorry, as I'm going backwards here. The other calculation where we have some inconsistencies is here with overtime. We have overtime as hours worked over 40 in 1 week, which that's in accordance with federal law, or over 8 hours in a work day. We have that here in the other place where overtime is referenced. We don't have the 8 hours in a work day, so we have an inconsistency there that I want to make more consistent. The 8 hours in a work day, I know that's a common language you'll find in union contracts in the government world, and it's really geared around kind of your public works or your maintenance employees, because they may work a 9 or 10 hour day, and the unions always want that as give me my overtime for it today, even though I'll get to the overtime by the end of the week. But my recommendation as we look at that is I tend to not like it, because say, well, right now, everybody's somewhat exempt. But you know, we faced it with our clerk who was filling in as clerk and permitting and putting in a 9 hour day or a 10 hour day because she was flexing her hours, and that was overtime. Because of this policy. So it takes away our ability to kind of flex those hours to say, okay, you know, work a 10 hour day today, that's fine, and you know, a 6 hour day tomorrow. So that's another inconsistency that we need to address and say, which way would you like it to go? So we can go from there. But then the biggest one is this earned sick leave, which is new. With the legislature passed that this year, and it's coming into effect, and it doesn't matter if you have one employee, you have to comply with this earned sick and safe leave. So there's options. I put in the model language from the League of Minnesota Cities. Let me see if I can, wait a second. I have, these are not my slides, these are the league's slides as we look at it. If we have one or more employees, you have to have it. And the question here becomes, we try to amend our PTO to include all the provisions of earned sick and safe leave in order to not add it, or you add it. This is eligible uses. I'm not going to go into all of it. It's if you read the personnel policy, you've got a lot of this stuff. Who they can designate. It's eligible for us. Anybody who, if they work 80 hours for us, they're eligible for this. So even our part-time grader, he's working more than 80 hours a year for us. So he's eligible for earned sick and safe leave. And where our PTO policy is for full-time, that we know, part-time, not sure, because we have conflicting language. Earned sick and safe leave is also for temporary and seasonal, which is definitely not included in our PTO policy. This kind of goes over, they get 1 hour, or you get 1 hour for every 30 hours worked, up to 48, maximum of 48 hours in a year, and then you can carry over up to 80 hours. That becomes crucial as we look at 3 methods to accrue. What I've got in the policy right at the moment is based off of accruing it as you earn it, which You get one for every 30, max at 48, you can carry over up to 80 hours. There's no payback, no payout of, that sick leave at the end of the year. Law does allow for you to front load. So January 1, I give you 48 hours and you either use it or you don't use it during the course of the year. That one, this is all statutory driven, requires us to pay out those 48 hours if they're not used at the end of the year. Option 3 for the way you can accrue it is to front load 80 hours, which is the max you can carry over. And then every year they just get the 80, so they're getting that max carryover and there's no requirement to pay that one out. So why am I making you talk about this one now? It has a budget implication. So we're getting some of this stuff so we can start talking, we can start building budgets. So once again, sorry, I'm throwing a lot at you, but it's all tying into our budget and how we're planning for 2024. With that, I throw it back at you. I just need some overall guidance, what way you want to go with, part-time accruing, prorated or not prorated, overtime, so I can make things consistent. And then this earned sick and safe leave, which is probably a little bit bigger discussion. There's other changes in there. Those are all minor and all statutorily driven and required.
Okay. Well, it's so it's really kind of 8 pieces that we need to roll through, right? 8 line items, at least that's what you had in the memo. Let's just tackle them quickly one by one. Part-time benefits. Current policy includes language that precludes part-time from earning benefits. So the decision there is, do we want to continue that or prorate benefits to part-time employees?
How do we prorate? Are we taking a 20-hour? Are we taking 50%? Are we taking 75? I mean, it gets pretty complicated pretty fast, right?
Right.
So what is that?
Right now with our one that is basically on it, we've been estimating clerk's work. I went through and looked at the average amount of hours that she was working for clerk, and then kind of because there was no real designation for what that salary amount was for, determined that we're averaging about 20 hours a week for that, and then we averaged out the permit work. And so basically we're looking at, when you look at holiday prorations or PTO prorations, 50% based off of the clerk's work for the 20 hours per week. And then we're at, would be 10. I know on holiday we were at 2.5.
2.5 and 4 for clerk.
So basically being attributed to the permit work. So for a total for like a holiday, she's getting 6.5 hours of holiday pay. So PTO, we're using, don't ask me the fractions there, but we're using that same, so about 75% for her. So we're kind of averaging it out with this one. If you have another part-time employee, but it'd be a little bit more of, there's an expectation of this is a 20-hour a week or a 25-hour a week, and we would hit a proration kind of based off of that. But we don't really have that with the current. It's more, what is it the needing to get the work accomplished?
So going forward with adding new people, different staff and everything else, which way works best for you?
The system can set it up to prorate a PTO for for a part-time. I would say traditionally, I've not seen part-timers get it because they put in 8 hours today in order to not work tomorrow kind of thing. So traditionally, you've not seen that as much. I think people are starting to put it in just with the recruitment atmosphere and kind of recruitment and retention atmosphere that you're seeing. And then it's harder and harder to get employees, so people are starting to add that as a benefit to try and recruit and retain part-timers. It's a toss up. Either way, however we want to look at it. I just want consistency, so I know which piece of the policy I'm in.
Right. So you're not answering my question, which is, which would you like us to vote for?
Either
Well,
one works, like
I
I
think
said,
either one works. I think
Yeah.
the key is if you're gonna prorate, what's your prorate look like, right? So
Right.
that's then that becomes discussion, I think. You
Yeah.
know, if you have an idea of how you want to do that, whether it's, 50%, 75%. Again, for part-time work, again, maybe a recruiting retention situation that might assist in that. That's worthwhile.
And if I look at 3.03, it says who work at least 30 hours per week. So
Right.
we're not saying that 20 hours per week.
Right.
So
I think at 30, it's fair.
yeah, and
Mhm.
so 3.03 says the 30 hours, but when we get back to paragraph 12. It no longer references that.
Which is.
Paragraph 12.
Yeah.
yeah, where it says work at least 40 hours.
Twelve
Less than 40
.01, the first paragraph says employees working, less than 40 are not eligible, and then the next paragraph, we keep reading on down, says regular part-time employees will accrue PTO on a prorated basis based on regular hours worked. So we have three different,
I don't see any inconsistency there, right?
and I'd say pick one of them, and I can make it, we can work with any of those,
So
but I just need some.
prorated at 30 hours,
I think so.
prorated 75% at 30 hours. Or there's somewhere between that half and 3/4 at 30.
I mean,
That makes sense.
usually we're paying, you're, at least in the public or in the private, full-time is considered 32 plus.
Correct.
Right? So we're basically saying if you're working 30 hours, you're gonna, at least 30 hours, you're gonna get PTO.
Yeah.
And then we could just make it super simple. You could say you're getting 75% from 30 to 32, and then you're
Yeah.
full-time at 32. And that's pretty straight
Yeah,
across.
that makes
I don't know,
sense.
that's simple.
Makes a lot of sense.
Now, again, I'm coming from the
Yeah.
private sector, not.
No, again,
public.
so I think that actually provides a benefit because I think there's probably a lot of municipalities that aren't there yet for that, right? Because they haven't faced that.
It's also clearly defined.
Right,
And what you'll see is a lot of us, a lot of times we make your part-time cap at 28. Because
Yeah.
once you hit 30, you're
Right.
in healthcare.
Mm.
So a
Yeah.
part-time employee usually would cap them at 28 hours. And not going over that.
okay, overtime. I'm good at over 40, right? Real simple.
Yes.
Um,
Well, we went to the 8 hours on overtime for running the motor grader.
You can't have just
did we
different.
do that for that one situation because he was,
Because if you're just gonna work the 8 hours and you have another 2 hours
to go.
to finish up
You
grading,
drive the
you take
grader
an
all
hour
the
to
way
drive
back.
it back and an hour to drive it back.
I thought we covered that with the supervisors, the authorization
Oh,
to pay. Remember back when we did that?
That's right.
That overtime was authorized. We had that discussion once before.
But
But I don't
once
know,
you
but
give
that's,
it to one person, you
Right.
have to unfortunately give it
Yeah.
to everybody.
Well, we've already done that. Haven't we?
I don't know that you can legally have it as a criteria to say, you can say, yes, you can work overtime and get paid for it, but
Well,
as a supervisor,
so-
but you can't go and say,
Okay, so
say
that's-
that you're
I
gonna
got you.
work, you can't say, Jay, I want you to spend an extra 2 hours
We
a
have
day.
two
grading."
different things. Let
Right,
me back up. So we would probably have to set that as the standard, but then that overtime is only worked with that specific authorization.
right. So then you were saying, we go the other direction, say overtime is allowed after 8 hours in a day,
Right.
but then policy has to state overtime is only allowed with supervisor
Certain-
permission.
Right.
Authorization. But then that does allow for seasonal and weather related
So that covers that then.
items.
It covers that, but then it puts us back into the same situation where
Right.
If
Can't have.
But that's where
if
then.
we have the planner
Mhm.
would be it as proposed would be a full-time non-exempt employee. So if they wanted to put in 10 hours today and work a 6-hour day tomorrow, that's not allowed. Because I wouldn't allow that because that would give them 2 hours of
Right.
overtime.
Today,
And
that would more
less
than
regular.
overcome the
so
2
that's
hours
where
less
that
than
over 8 in a day, if we
Right.
have it in here, I mean, even with supervisor approval, that's fine, it just means that I don't have the flexibility to allow an hourly employee to do that.
But you do have, I mean, we do have a problem then with these special needs times. That we
When
have
it's
where they're not,
weather-related.
yeah, where they're not,
Yeah.
you know, it's not just even call it weather related. I mean, there's a lot of different things that may come up.
Yeah.
And if we're not allowing for that by policy, then we're kind of taking away some of the tools that we have, you know, where you can have a control of that overtime and how that's spent.
Right.
If you've got it in your policy. So that's,
However-
I'm more concerned about those, you know, the grader, the snowplow,
Mhm.
you know, those things in the future that we probably will have to pay something, or you're not gonna retain a driver for 4 o'clock in the morning, you know.
And those are, and I still say it's still covered, if it's a full-time employee,
Right.
if it's a full-time employee,
Okay,
you're still covered at 40 in a week, because if I
Right.
work 10 hours. You know, and then there's my regular 8-hour shifts,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over 40 by the end of the week, and so I'm still gonna be in overtime. The difference is for like our grader who's a part-time employee, they're
Mhm.
part-time, they're not getting to 40, you know, on a regular basis, so that's where the. You know, and I guess we could put in here. You know, I'd throw out there as an option is you could put in here, if it's a part-time employee who's working more than 8 hours in a day, they're in overtime, but for full-time employees, it's more than 40 in a week. As we get to a point where we have a full-blown
That
public
makes
works
sense.
department,
Actually, like
we
that.
can always
Yeah.
amend this,
That
but
makes
maybe
sense.
that
Yeah.
works for us today.
That fits us, I think, for today, right? Full-time employees, it's over 40 in a week. Part-time employees, it's over 8 in a day.
and we can change it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Yeah, as we grow and expand, I mean, personnel policy is gonna be fluid, as you can see, we have multiple changes just based off the legislature this year.
Mhm. Well, that's the other thing too. Who knows what's gonna happen in that part of it? So then number 3 becomes the PTO. That looks like it's pretty well dictated by the state statute, right? Of what it needs to say. The league model that was in there fits the new state statute.
The model language fits the state statute, and it's set up as accrue as earned is the way this language is established. So is that how you want to do it? Or do you want to attempt to try and push this and finagle our PTO to do it, knowing that we got some problems there with part-time and seasonal and temporary and all that piece of it, so.
But in PTO, if you were going to, you have 2 options. One is take sort of the language as recommended by the city administrator or whatever this is called. Herbs, sickness. I can never.
There was other acronyms again.
Yeah, all that. Or the statute also says, if we can declare that our PTO is equivalent of this in terms of the number of hours the person earns. And right now, I think you are meeting this safe and sick requirement for full-time employees, but you're definitely you're not doing it if you don't include part-time people. You know, so that's what you get, if you were gonna look at doing your personal time off policy, if you didn't want to do the safe and sick, then you have to modify PTO, at least for part-time people. If you look at your numbers, I remember trying to calculate them hours, and it looked like you didn't have the required number of hours to meet the safe and sick, where you could say, no, we have PTO, we don't need this, but it doesn't categorize what do you do for your part-time people. And so do you give them at least PTO for the amount of hours they earn and are safe and sick. At a minimum, you know,
And that would have to be part-time employees working 30 hours.
Anybody,
Well, any
anybody that
part-time.
works more than 80 hours
In a year, okay.
gets this.
So-
And
So we just have to modify the PTO policy to state some PTO for a part-time, an accrual process.
For
for
part-time,
part-time.
temporary, seasonal.
You certainly don't want to front load them then.
Right.
And then,
So,
So
you would need to modify that, we would need to modify and add some of the language, because you have to add in, you know, what it can be used for, and it needs to be explicitly spelled out. So, I mean, there'd be a lot add into it, but the amount of hours that we give in PTO is more
Has to
than the
be.
48, so, you know, and it equates to, we're doing more than this 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. So our accruals, as you look at it, would qualify on the accrual basis. We just need to add a lot of language, and we would have to, with what we just said with the PTO for the over 30 hours, then we would need to do something for the true part-times, you know, the under 30 hours, the temporary and the seasonal. Either that, or we adopt the model language that comes from the league with how do we want to accrue.
well, the league language hasn't really had a long time to be time tested either, because all of that's kind of new. So I don't know if we're better going with that or coming up with our own council's advice.
I mean, theirs is the model language that they're throwing out there. We can tweak that however, and it's just a matter
first I have a question, because I have looked at this a long time. If the safe and sick language, the sick language. Does, if that is adopted by the city council as drafted. And we have our PTO policy, you as drafted, as a full-time employee right now, you get both.
yes.
And that's something for you guys to consider. That's why I think they were saying. You have the sick language, or you can modify your PTO to make sure you get that same equivalent hours and stuff. But your biggest change would be on your PTO is that you have to also, you know, make sure that the part-time people were also getting the same equivalent.
right.
There's.
Which I think is, if it's based on hours worked, accrual, it's pretty fair for the whole thing. And if we basically offer one package, both items, one works for the other rather than giving two different benefits, then I think that's probably the way we want to go, as long as we can do it correctly without getting in trouble farther down the road.
So my hearing, if you would rather, I'm trying to interpret what you said.
Okay.
It's been a long day. The office at 7 this morning.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if PTO language can be modified
So that it can be.
so
second-
that it can meet the requirements of the
Mhm.
sick language,
Right.
that would be at least your proposed route.
I would say we do that, and then we go with an accrual basis so that whether it's part-time or full-time, the correct amount is relegated to them.
Would,
And as long as we can do all of that then I think that's the right way to go.
there is an accrual language that's built into this sick language.
Mhm.
Would that be something that you would want to be for the part-time people as?
Mhm.
1
at a
hour.
minimum? If you're part-time, this is what, so that you at least meet that requirement.
Right.
And then full-time, it may be a different. Because you're a full-time employee, maybe you earn a different. accrual.
I don't know that has to be any different. I mean, if you're
I just
working
don't know
half a week, you
Yeah,
accrue
but I don't
half
know what you-
versus the other. If you work a full week, you accrue it at, let's call it 1 and 0.5 if you're working 20 hours and 440.
I think the stipulation though, Jay, is that you already have. As a full-time, you already have your PTO, so. Your PTO.
But
already
again, we talked about
encompasses-
not front loading that because front loading it is gonna really screw us on. Part-time. You could have a part-time person that essentially. Gets.
To be honest, if you take 80. Divide that in half. That's 40, you get, 30 hours, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
never mind, I take
Yeah.
it back, I bet, never mind, I agree.
Okay.
Let's take a stab at modifying our PTO policy for part-time.
I'll look at that, and there's a lot of extra things that we need to do
Right.
to be compliant.
Let's-
With the accounting and pay stubs,
Mhm.
everything else that goes along with it, so we'll work with that and see what we can come up with. Okay.
Looks like section 4, the next sort of step, number 4, for the pregnancy and parenting, it was just updated to reflect the requirements of new laws. Same with number 5, 6, 7, and 8. So nothing really
Those are
to
just,
discuss there, that's really there.
So then we could go back to my original motion.
Well, I don't know that there was actually a motion, this was just a provide direction
You're
to,
not taking any action tonight because
Right.
you're gonna amend your personnel policy at a
Right.
later time,
Yeah.
once these changes are made.
I think you did a really good job with it though.
all right.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose a 5-minute break?
All right, 5 minutes,
Thank you,
pause for 5 minutes.
otherwise, I'm not gonna be very slow.
We're gonna pay for bringing those back.
Yes, with those notes here. Just took a picture.
It did,
Screenshot.
screenshot.
I have to put beer back in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
I want to.
It's gonna be long there.
I think there is. We used to have beer and wine in there.
Hey, I won.
Yes, you did.
Do you have a bet?
Darn it.
We did.
Yes, we did. Back wall. But it was getting all marked up and stuff.
Yeah, so you guys, painted. I like the color.
Thank you.
Well, it took 2 hours to pick it out.
So much nicer than the big shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he went with jailhouse gray.
I picked it
I know he is.
from my days in the jail.
What happened to the old nameplates? The comment made.
They were home with whoever's name was on them, except the ones that, yeah, were still up there. I think Tom's is still up there and,
No, I took off.
oh, did you give that to?
Mary?
Mary?
Yep.
Yeah. I actually have mine on my desk at work. I get asked about it all the time. Who made that? Where'd you get that?
He was talented.
Yeah, no. Terrible, looked at a couple. Couple of this more. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
To the guy traded in a really good trade.
All right. Let's jump back in and we're ready.
Thank you. I
No problem.
appreciate it.
Item 7.7, building committee, Kathy.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Today the RFPs were due for the architect and engineer for the government center RFP. We received 11. proposals. So a really great showing and a great turnout, and now we get the opportunity to start the review process. Review process entails reviewing all the proposals, grading and scoring those out, and then we look and determine which one are kind of the top few, kind of draw that line, and then we can bring them in to conduct some interviews. After the interviews, that would come into council then for council approval of a selection, and then we get the contract going. So that's kind of the process and the path forward. As I put out there in the packet, we've got Dami and I here as full-time staff, and Dami needs to be doing budget.
Yes.
So that leaves me, and I'm definitely going to be a reviewer, but I'm asking if council would like to appoint 2 individuals as a building committee to help with the reviews of these proposals. They would sit in on, they would do the proposal reviews, sit in on the interviews, be part of the recommendation into the council. And then, just build that building committee up, and then kind of would be part of these meetings and the kind of the design process moving forward, and the council's main points of, contact out there and the process, and then bringing stuff back to the council as a whole for discussions and moving forward. So it's one way of doing it. If council would like to appoint 2, that way we keep us without having to violate open meeting laws, and we can keep in 2 contexts that way. Otherwise, I'll do the reviews and we'll figure out another way of bringing in Shane, or see if he can, put somebody on it at a rate or something in there too. So just throwing it out there to give you guys the opportunity to discuss it, and let you know, I do have 11 proposals in all the materials for the review sitting in my office. So if you appoint a building committee, you can walk out of here this evening with all the materials.
Okay. I think I would appreciate to have a couple more reviewers, more eyeballs on it. Who wants to volunteer?
Oh, I'd be happy to too.
Okay. I'm good with that. Jay, I just want to ask, I know you've been in that business. Do you think that if any of these 11 were anybody that you knew of, I mean, are you going to be able to be objective in that, in your review of that?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's my.
I did invite a couple in.
Okay, so that's my concern, just being in the business, right, is then, is it, objectiveness of that piece is,
I'm retired from that business. So I
get that.
Bob's got a form you have to sign.
Well played.
Okay.
Just trying to make it legal.
I'm good with that, Leroy.
Yeah.
You good with those 2?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, building committee.
Building committee, great. After our lengthy meeting, I have some materials that I can send you home with.
Great, front to back, top to
Yeah.
bottom, front, upside down. Absolutely, all right,
Thank you.
we'll step back up to 3.5.
Hang on.
We got the 7, 8.
7, 8, here we go.
Oh, that's right.
I'd like to see if we can get a workshop set up to discuss trails with the planning commission. Because I feel that we can't ask a developer to put a trail in when we're not gonna put trails in when we reconstruct some of these developments. Of the older developments. So it's we should be putting a trail in some of these developments when we reconstruct them, and then, but yet we expect developers to put them in. And they should go on our
Collector roads.
our collector roads without driveways on them, and I realize that it's hard to do, but so that's why I think we should just have a workshop, discuss it. So the planning commission is on the same page.
So a workshop with planning commission?
Yeah,
I agree with that.
whenever. Doesn't matter. Whenever Kathy can fit it in.
I would suggest that we hold it until October, because the next meeting will be long with the budget work session. And then depending on what we come out of there, we may need more time at the September, and then the second meeting in September would be the review of that preliminary budget and the approval, which could have some more discussions. I'm just trying to spread load, and
It
right
doesn't,
now
it's not a time
a budget
sensitive
focus.
issue. Because we don't have any projects upcoming that would be affected by it anytime soon, so we've got some time. I think we pencil it in for October, and if we need more discussion on budget or something like that, we can bump it out a little bit further than that, but yeah. And I think though, the other piece of it is, I think we should probably think about what else we would do it with that time. If we're gonna do something like that with planning commission, it's probably best used for more than just.
Maybe they
one
want,
item.
maybe they want to add something to this workshop to discuss with us.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well, do we put the CCR on there, right? And let them present that. I mean, I don't know how much time we think Trails is gonna take, but since we have a lot,
Yes.
we have everyone here, maybe it's a great opportunity to hear it.
Sure,
And
yeah.
able to start talking about some of the things that were brought up that were valid points. Right.
Yeah, do the whole thing, yeah. Sounds good,
Let's work on the scheduling.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's probably look at having it as a non-council meeting and non-planning commission night, just a separate, could it be done as a separate night?
100%.
We could do an off Monday night, so the second or fourth or something, so, but we'll work on that one and
Cool.
work on pulling it together.
Great.
All right,
Now,
now we can move on. to
top of the meeting.
Right? Culvert cleaning.
Roy, do you want to take it?
Sure, we, in my park meeting things we did, we had Pharisee Lane and Clary Place needed the culverts cleaned, or we're not cleaning the ditches, we're just cleaning out the culverts. And the other one was 204th Street, needs to be cleaned out, culverts are getting quite full. So I went out and got some proposals, gave Kathy, and we do have 20,000 in the budget this year for it.
25.
25, sorry,
Okay.
so we were going to what was it?
Do
Cleary,
Cleary and
Pharisee.
Pharisee
Yeah.
at 20.
Yep, and then do the 20,000 for Cleary Place and Pharisee Lane, and then it was an additional 8,750 roughly to add on 204, since that puts us over budget. We're just recommending the two this year, and then we'll keep 204th on the radar screen so we can get that one done next year.
Okay, so the reason I pulled this one out was just, I wanted to try to get a clarification on specifically what it is. How many culverts are we cleaning? Are we cleaning 2 culverts or are we cleaning 2 streets?
Entire
2 streets.
Okay,
Yeah.
Both sides.
okay.
So they go in and they'll shovel out the, pull back out the sediment and then jet the culvert.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then dig it out. Mini hole about 4 to 5 feet back.
So roughly how many culverts are we talking about?
There's 20 on each street,
Okay,
20 to 22.
Yeah, 22.
then how many bids?
Hmm?
How many bids did we wind up with? Just,
I didn't get any bids, I got quotes.
Two
Okay.
quotes, just the one that's under 25,000, so
Yeah.
that's all we're required to get.
We only need a quote.
okay. Is that? You feel it's competitive?
Yeah, we've used them before to do it, so. Goliath Hydrovac, Mark's Bobcat.
No other questions?
Okay, so then do we have a motion to approve that?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jay.
Well, seconded.
Thank you, Leroy. Motion is second to approve the culvert cleaning for Fairfield Cleary Place. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item 3.6, voting quote for the tabular and accessories.
This was in the budget with the second voting location, polling location that we have coming up in 2024. We will need additional equipment to be able to furnish that voting location. So that was planned and put into the budget for this year. The item was within the budgeted amount.
For 3.6 and 3.7, it's kind of 2 in 1 for me. So the way I see it is we had 3,400 votes last 2022.
Between there and 4,000, yeah.
Okay,
I think we have 4,000 registered voters.
okay. The numbers I'm hearing is about 25% of votes were in by October 6th from absentee ballots. So that means that we're pulling in around 3,000 people here. Are we willing to spend $12,000 between the two for one day? Plus more election officials?
We're required,
Yeah.
What's that?
we're required by the state to have 2 precincts.
Understood, but do we have to have two, two separate locations?
Yes.
So
Spacing would be hard to set up spacing in here for 2 different precincts.
we've done it.
You can go multiple
Not
precincts
2
in a single
precincts, but we've
location.
got 2 ballots, yes.
You can go multiple precincts in a single location. It's not common, but it is done.
Mhm.
But you have to have the spacing to set them up. And we don't have the spacing in here to set up and keep 2 distinct precincts going.
But correct me if I'm wrong, we need a separate machine for each precinct.
Yes,
Regardless.
regardless of whether
Regardless.
it's in one
One place
location or
or
2
2.
locations, this machine is needed for the second precinct.
Excuse me, this is Karen. If I can interrupt, this is also used, council, for absentee in-person voting. So we will have 3 machines for that.
And that's another one is we're now required to be open for 18 days prior to the election for early voting. And we'll have to have the 2 machines we'll have to have machines for that as well.
Mhm.
So when I was on the Secretary of State's site, and I'm gonna need some clarification on that. I didn't see a requirement for tabular machines. I'm coming from a cybersecurity perspective and it scares the whatnot out of me to have those machines. I'm just telling you, I live in the cybersecurity world. I've been hacked and it drives me crazy. And to keep putting those in there, I'm very concerned about them. Whether or not it was, I just think that we're putting ourselves in a world of hurt. So I would say, from a legal perspective, are we required to have a tabular machine?
The other option would be to hand count them.
I know what I'm asking. I do. I really do. I think there was a lot of concerns. The CISA even came out with 9 security concerns they had back in June of 23. I think it allows us to set a precedent on, are we really having elections that we can stand behind and be confident with?
I got several calls on it today. And Sunday and Saturday.
I think your option would be then you're looking at hand counting, and I'm not sure that hand counting that many ballots is all that.
I mean,
You know, there's human error, I think, is greater than your rate for error here. And then you're keeping all your. Every election, you're looking at your expense of your judges that are staying on board to do it, so you may save this money right here today, but it's going to quickly be eaten up. By how long does it take us to hand count all of those ballots?
And I am not sure that it's not required. I'd
Yeah.
have, the election laws are stuff we just deal with so infrequently. And my understanding, because I was gonna say before Karen jumped in, was that my understanding was they were required. Now, I had to go back and find the statute, you know, the rule that required that, but that's in the back of my mind. But again, you know, you look at these election laws, so only when there's a problem, only when there's a, you know, then you pull them out and you take a look at it. But that's your, if that's your concern, I'd have to go back and research it and get a response back to you. But other than that, it's the practical element of it, of hand counting versus not, and that's.
So is this particular tabulator the only one that we can use?
This is the one that is supported through Scott County. They do all,
Which means they do the programming and take care of all that piece.
Still, we're kind of stuck with Scott County.
And they don't they pay the maintenance or something?
correct.
They do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we buy the machine, but they've got the ongoing fees associated with it.
Don't they also store it?
They do the counterpart, the tabulator part.
Tabular.
We keep the bin out in the shed.
So currently we have one tabulator,
We have two.
I thought. And we can't
had
use,
one. No, because this is gonna be the first year. Karen jump in, that we're gonna have two precincts.
Two precincts,
that-
and then one is required for the in-person absent, it's not absentee anymore, it's in-person.
you
ballot.
can't use one for each precinct of the two that we have. What's the reason you have three?
For the absent, for the in-person,
The pre-voting.
The early voting has to have its own one.
yes,
So currently what we use is we use one for early voting and we use the other one for election night.
the other two.
And now that we have the second precinct, we need another tablet. That's.
Which we've pushed off for a long time.
Yeah, we have.
I know I'm everyone's favorite.
No, that's fine.
Hey, it's good. Ask the questions.
If you don't feel comfortable, it doesn't have to, vote doesn't have to be unanimous.
Yeah.
I will not make the motion.
I won't either.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Motion by Leroy. Does anybody want to second it?
Nope.
I'll second it.
Right. Thank you.
Motion is second to approve the purchase of the second tabulator and accessories as per the quote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
I,
Motion fails for lack of majority.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a statement?
Yeah.
Can we get clarification on that? I would feel a lot more comfortable on A, do we need a tabulator? And B, does it have to be that brand? I can pull countless articles in the tech world that is extremely concerned about those. Especially when I hear they're being stored somewhere else. Now I've got Scott County's hands on them. It's a lot of hands on them. And
Have space for
Better.
security.
well, I'm not saying that's, I'm not saying that's, but all the vulnerabilities are when it transfers hands and getting your hands on it, and you can very easily do things. So.
Okay, so then 3.7, Abe, what on the voting booth piece?
That was the same thing. It was, do we just need two precincts? If the answer is absolutely, we need to have two precincts, then that one I'm not as concerned about.
Correct. Same.
Okay. I think we need to have two precincts. Being here and standing at the light pole
Yeah,
When
I
got
was there,
mine,
yeah.
I was there too.
is not a good thing.
I just wonder if we're gonna have that same drive in absentee ballots.
Even with the absentee ballots, the line was out through the tent, out in the parking lot. Well, and not in a non-presidential year, at the last election, so we've been fortunate that it's been warm and hasn't rained. So that,
Yes.
And just as.
listen, if it made it rain, then I said, let's keep it, because we need it to rain here, it
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
rain here otherwise.
And just for consideration, so you know. If. Your precincts are too large, you have too many people voting at one location, the Secretary of State will start questioning you, they will start monitoring you. And redoing and watching to make sure. That the situation and the atmosphere in which the voting is good, and if you have people standing in line like that outside and into the rain and into the weather and the conditions, they're going to come down, they're gonna send overseers down, and we don't want that. And they're gonna be overseeing and monitoring and in our space, and then dictating to us what we do. And I'd rather say I would think we would prefer to have control over what we do instead of the Secretary of State dictating to us what we do.
I would be your second precinct.
So we have an opportunity with Cleary to use the clubhouse. Yeah, they have meeting spaces up in that, up there that we've been up there before for open house things and stuff like that, and they're open to us using it. That'd be off season for them. Yeah,
Okay, so is it decided that we do have to have 2 locations? Then I make a motion that we buy the American made equipment for the voting booths.
And as to.
okay, so I got a motion for the to authorize the purchase of the voting booths, total price of $22.98. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Thank you, Leroy. Motion is second to approve the purchase of the voting booths for a total cost of $22.98. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just for clarification for section 3.6. It's the will of the council that either the city administrator or I research whether a voting machine is required, and also is there anything that dictates the brand that is used if one is required? Without the brand, I think that's probably more of a,
I guess Scott County thing.
Yeah.
So I know there are like 6 or 8 different brands that are acceptable.
And then you're tabling that topic until your next meeting for me to give you a report back.
Yep. I think we'd also want to understand too, since Scott County, compiles all the votes and reports those to the state for us. I think we need to verify that anything else we would do would work with that system as well.
So maybe if I look at the statutes, you could talk with Scott County and
Yeah,
we can report back in a memo of some sort. That could be on Zoom or.
that'd be great.
Like the voice.
All right. 3.8, Dominique, you want to talk about this?
Sure. What were the questions?
My big question is, it looks like after beta. I'm less concerned about beta,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it's kind of like in the software world, you try to do the trial and then you're kind of, oh, I love it, and you're in, right? So
Yep.
if we do the beta, my big concern is, okay, now we're in. And the way I read it is, it's $1,000 a month, 500 for the
It-
dashboard.
500 a month or 1,000 a month if you wanted both
Okay.
pieces, correct? And it's in the budget
Okay,
for this year.
what is it that we're not able to do without it? What is it that we? Open it
It
to?
opens up data to a dashboard so that it's just not visible to me, because right now the system cannot be read. And we don't have multiple instances in our current software, so it opens it up real time for people to be able to see it. So Kathy could see a dashboard and it would minimize, and then also currently dashboard reporting would be manual. Like there is no feature in the current ledger that we do. So all of that would be manual, and to create something like that would take time on a monthly basis where you could just kind of have it push button and open and read only. So the reason why certainly I could say, sure, take my computer, take a look at it, but it's not read only. And right now, the current ledger that we have, Banyan, it does not have site licensing or even the capabilities to have multiple people in it. Like you really like it's just really it's developed for very small, like maybe in a accounts payable clerk and one other person. It's not open, where you can close it up and have someone work on another area, or it's like almost like a library book, like where you have to they would have to open up a saved version. I would work on it, a saved version, and somebody else would open it up. Like I'd save it, they'd grab it, they'd open it on their instance, and there's no way to make it read only. So that's a huge risk. So it's a way to, if in the short term, as we are in Banyan, it's a short way to kind of open that window a bit and automate it significantly.
Okay. And what's the lifespan of Banyan? Are we sunsetting? Are we?
Yeah, I have it. I had hoped to get to it this year, so that's one of the things I'm not getting to, but I have been meeting with other ledger companies to see what's out there and checking, and honestly, I'm hoping beginning of 2025.
Okay.
So we would start that. So this would be temporary to kind of give us that
What we
next,
need to get to the.
what we need and open things up instead of schlepping paper or doing things very manually.
Okay. Okay. A request from staff, could we have that on some discussion or some kind of, what did we find after 6 weeks or 8 weeks to be able to say, was it valuable or not? So that I live in that world, and it's like the subscription comes due and all of a sudden we're paying for it. And we forget about it.
I would like to, like, more than a discussion, maybe show you the reports that they build
The dashboard would be great.
for us. And then so you can see it and comment. Obviously, Kathy will be right next to me, but I had thought we pushed it out so you could see some of the reports, and it works with 365, the Azure environment.
Okay.
So it's something that once you have the dashboard, it can be accessed through Teams.
Okay.
I think that the key with that one is this is just the approval to participate in the beta test. So then we have to come back.
Gonna have to approve this plan.
To
Okay.
get the
Yeah.
approval to move forward past the beta test, so we'll have it back.
So
Once we kind of get a better view.
I just have a couple things on that. One was, again, there's a name. And this particular brand is one that I've run across in the construction industry in other cities, working with other municipalities in their planning, community development, building permits, inspections, and everything else. And it's the same dashboard that runs through. It's Compass. And so my first question is this the same Compass I'm thinking of? Because I wasn't really impressed with that particular software.
It is
Or that
proprietary to Abdo, and they have developed it for accountants internally, and they're doing it for governmental. So it piggybacks off of Banyan. So I would be very surprised. I would say 99%.
Kansas City uses
different.
Compass. That's their whole dashboard. And that's where I was coming from. The second question is, are there other programs or dashboards out there that you've looked at, or is this the only one?
The only reason
I agree
I'm
that Banyan
looking at
should go.
this particular dashboard is to expand and automate while we're in Banyan right now. So that as I'm looking at new ledgers, I'm looking for those capabilities to see if they have that as a part of their offering. And then Abdo, this is the other side of Abdo, as opposed to the audit. So Abdo's our audit, Abdo Solutions, and they have another side where they do this dashboard type reporting and quarterly reporting, where they help cities do that. And they actually demoed it at the LMC conference, and it was pretty slick. There were a lot of administrators and mayors taking a look at it who really liked it. But Abdo's planning to add it on to other softwares if softwares don't offer that after Banyan.
Okay.
So we have options. Yes, we would look at other dashboards as a part of evaluating our next, like what our general ledger would be.
Because I just think that if we're going down a path, you know, once you set something in place as what you're using, you're kind of trapped by it too, as you grow.
Not if you change out your whole ledger software. You have that point in time now that,
Right.
that we're gonna make a change.
No, I agree. At this point,
Yep.
this is a good time. I guess you're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is, this is a really good time to look at everything that's out there
Yep.
and make the best decision that's going forward. So I would just want to make sure that we weren't by
Yes, no,
approving this, saying, hey, we're gonna go down the road, we like what we have, we don't even look at anything else.
Okay. Any
I'll
other-
make the motion.
Make a
I'll
motion.
second.
All right, motion is second to approve the participation as a beta tester for the new dashboard provided by Abdo Solutions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right. Section 8, 8.1 in the staff and council member reports, June financials year-to-date update.
and oh, by the way, these are all manual. Very manual. So this is kind of our first report as opposed to our annuals that we did previously, annuals in kind of September and March. So the first page is our general fund. So it's a little more, it's summarized. So on the top, we're showing revenue, and then it's categorized. So you can see that revenue, our budget in general was 2.125. And our actuals, so year-to-date June 30, we're running at 1.97, 842, and the budget remaining, so that revenue is running ahead in that we only have 44% remaining. So the favorability I would want to highlight is due to the interest. So we're running ahead on interest. So we're running an average 4.6% increase or an interest rate on average for the first 6 months, sorry. So that we've made what we planned. Obviously, we were conservative because we didn't know how interest rates would be. So that's a real positive. And then charges for services. And then on property taxes, Sometimes it's not quite clean on the levy exactly, like it's not necessarily 50-50 if you have some people that are paying late, but our levies are usually very we have very few people that don't pay. We are very fortunate. So the next section on the bottom are expenses. So we are favorable. So we have expenses planned at 2,063,675. And we have actual spending of 936,534. So the budget remaining is 1,127,000. When I look at my crystal ball, no, when I analyze things, I want to say we're going to be favorable, slightly favorable on expenses. Consulting, we are unfavorable. That related to the administrative recruiting because we had thought that we would be invoiced in 2022, but the bulk of the work was in 2023, and that's about $12,000, but we will offset that with benefits because we really didn't know what the cost on benefits would be, so that will more than adequately cover that. And then on the section for public works, that's basically the waters. So that's going to be your culverts, your Markley, and then where we have our sewer, like our beginning of our sewer consulting, like investigation that Shane's doing. So that's timing related. So that's going to happen in the back half of the year. And then the park expenses, there are over the last half of the year it cut off, sorry about that, so that it looks like, you know, we're underspent if you look at the half year point being 55%, but I think we're going to be slightly favorable but on track. We have some timing things here.
I'll make one quick question.
Sure,
if I
sure.
might, May.
Yeah.
So the way I read this, the investment areas, it looks like we're gonna end up around 300,000 and budgeted was 114. Am I reading that right? Or am I, because I'm thinking.
Like we're running about 25 to 30,000 a month. So if our if interest rates holds, because this is what the bank's giving us. So if anything fluctuates, obviously, yes, we could have a windfall. Am I going to guarantee that, or say my crystal ball says we're going to be always 4.6? I don't know. Like it depends what the feds do, and you know, but it could be promising.
You're right, that is the pace that we're headed toward.
Yeah, I mean, they're
No,
not slowing the
yes.
rates down, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
but obviously, like, we would not plan it. Do you know what I mean? We had no indication because the beginning of last year it was very, very low.
Okay.
So, okay, road and bridge. Same setup where we have the revenue. So we have property taxes. They're tracking like close to the 50%. And then the intergovernmental, the largest portion of the intergovernmental is our MSA funds, which is the maintenance component. I will say our allotment was slightly lower than what we were expecting. So you can see that the 44,000 and the 47 aren't an even half. So we're slightly under there. Fines and forfeitures, and that's where the tickets are component of the tickets. When the police write a ticket on our roads, we get 30%. So that seems to be tracking well. And then everything in expenditure in the category is works. And I would say it's showing that we're running favorable, but I would caution because we still don't have the invoice for the seal coat and the salt invoices. And then I would say, when we count the salt in there, we only have 24% left on our, like, we don't have a lot of money left for snow and ice removal. So if we have a heavy early snow season, like I'm hoping for a light one and then we'll be good.
Right.
Because I really can't control that. Okay, the next one are other funds. I kind of collapse things. So we have special funds. The big activity there is the turn lane project was planned at 400,000. That's been delayed, so that'll probably happen next year or in the future. Then we also have 100,000 planned for park spend, and that really was the number we put in there. We didn't really know what we would spend it on, so I just put TBD. It could happen this year. It might not. I'm not sure. We'll have some spend for new baseball diamonds.
And we did this trail extension.
Yeah,
We
we
haven't closed
actually
that yet,
can
but yeah,
cover it
that's the
in
overall case.
on the Markley side. So we put it in general, I think, but we could put it here too. Debt funds, so on the revenue side, we're a little ahead because we had 12,000 in early assessment payoffs. So usually that's the property sold and it's getting paid off. And then the way if we pay our bonds, it's February and August, so that we really have only the interest. So that's the way that looks. And then capital funds, we had a portion of assessments. So if it's a non-bond project, the assessments go back into our capital funds. So we had 20,000 in early assessment payoff. And then our expenditures here, we have our culvert projects, which are definitely going to be the last half of the year. So any questions?
No. One question, Park. Sorry. Man,
Yes.
it's only 10:25.
That's
Park, I thought I heard that we were overspent on park and now I'm seeing 100,000 that we haven't. Is this capital I'm looking at here or what is?
This is towards capital, what we had on the first slide for it's called culture and recreation, but that's kind of park expenses. That is more of our maintenance.
Gotcha.
So that's general fund expenditures on parks, so that's our maintenance, it's the mowing, the weed spraying and those items right now.
And we're not over, it got cut off. It was park expenses over the summer. So we like park
gotcha.
is remaining culture and recreation, 85% unspent, but June really wouldn't have had the maintenance on that park, the grass and the weeds and all that stuff. So sorry, that got clipped. I didn't catch that. Good questions. Any more?
Looks fantastic. Thank you for doing that. I think that's a great, mid-year review. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, any other council member updates? Nope. All right, so who's gonna adjourn?
I have a councilman update.
Your turn to adjourn.
I have one.
I do want to adjourn though too.
Go for it.
Oh, am I going?
Yeah.
One of the things that I've gotten a couple comments on is emails from the website and not being able to put attachments on there. What was the rationale? Because right now you just click on the email and then you get the form and there's no way to add an attachment in there. Was there any thought behind that? Because I know, like, if you go out and look at House Representatives or Senate, they'll just put the email address and you just click on it and you go to your mail client. I'm wondering if we want to look at that for ease of use for people or another option to be able to add an attachment.
I think the email addresses are there so they can copy and paste.
No, they're not. They're not.
So
it goes, yeah.
a large part of that, and I'll tell you because you're constantly getting it, is if your email address is out there and it's especially if it's linkable, you
So
get
you get
all
spam.
just tons of spam.
Got it.
that comes through, and then we would need to be paying for a spam filter, probably
Yeah.
more. So that's.
I can show you plenty of that spam that comes through already.
If you
Yeah.
don't link them, it's a
Yeah.
little bit better. If you just add them in, it doesn't link in, and people can copy and paste it. But you're still.
Let me
getting
look.
more
Let me-
spam.
Maybe there's another way to add.
Let me-
an
let's see if it's
attachment
an
option.
Let me see if it's an
I've just heard it from a number of people now.
I know you can. in
I did
forms,
too.
You can submit attachments in the forms.
Yeah. That's
In the
fine.
forms.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're submitting like a public works.
Yes.
Oh,
Request
okay.
or complaint
okay.
item, there's an ability to. Put a picture of the pothole. if you
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
send it.
But if they actually send it to your actual web address or your email address, then it's gonna go through.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not everyone knows email addresses.
It's on the card.
All right,
That was a
Okay.
thing.
we'll look at it. You're right.
I looked at a Discmore, 8'9" Discmore, like. What they cut the ditches with, county or guy. This. If we think about possibly getting one this year yet. Be time to get it, guys, and trading them in for the new ones for next year. Between 7,000 and 10,000, 5 years old, 6 years old, I believe it is. Anyhow, just something to think about.
Yeah, just compare that with what we pay for. Ditch mowing and all that and look and
Yeah.
see the different,
Like 3,400 a year we pay or something.
Yeah.
For ditch mowing. So anyhow.
I know you had your mower out that one
I
day.
was out cutting some thistles and stuff.
Hammering on that PTO that wouldn't sting.
Yeah. it fell off. But you couldn't, the county didn't cut the stuff and you couldn't see it pull out.
Yeah.
Better than somebody getting clipped, so. Just something to think about, maybe
Yeah,
purchase. That's it.
all right, hey,
I'll make that motion to adjourn.
who's gonna second that one?
I will.
All right, motion second to adjourn, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, anybody opposed?